Tonight, we will explore letting go. Not letting go in a dramatic way, not giving something up, but the quiet kind of letting go that happens when we stop holding so tightly to what is already changing. In everyday language, this is about noticing how much effort we use to keep things exactly as we want them to be, and how tired that effort can make us. Before we begin, feel free to share what time it is and where you're listening from. There is nothing to remember. There is no need to stay awake. You can simply listen. You may drift in and out. It's okay if parts are missed. The night will carry what needs to be carried. We will begin with a story. Long ago, in a mountain village that sat between two rivers, there lived a potter named Ian. Ian was known for his bowls. They were not perfectly round. Their edges were slightly uneven, their glaze often thin in places, and yet people traveled far to use them. Ian worked in a small shed behind his home. Every morning, before the sun had fully lifted the fog from the fields, he would sit at his wheel. He did not rush. He did not hum or chant. He simply worked. One autumn afternoon, a young merchant named Salar arrived at Ian's door. Salar had heard of the bowls and wanted to commission a large order. He explained that he planned to sell them in the city, where taste was changing and handmade things were becoming rare. Ian listened quietly. He poured tea into one of his own bowls and handed it to Salar. Salar turned the bowl slowly in his hands. He frowned, just a little. "This edge," Salar said, touching a small dip in the rim. "Could this not be made smoother?" Ian looked at the bowl. Then he looked at Salar. "It could," he said. "Then why is it not?" Salar asked. Ian did not answer right away. He took the bowl back, drank the remaining tea, and set it down. "When I first began," Ian said, "I tried to make every bowl perfect. I held the clay tightly. I corrected it again and again. The bowls were smooth. They were even, and they broke easily." Salar laughed softly, thinking this was a joke. Ian continued, "The more I tried to control the clay, the more it resisted. When I loosened my hands, the clay found its own balance." Salar considered this. "But customers prefer perfection," he said. "They like to know exactly what they are getting." Ian nodded. "Yes," he said, "and they grow tired of it quickly." Salar stayed the night. In the morning, he watched Ian work. Ian did not correct every movement. When the clay leaned slightly, he allowed it. When the rim formed unevenly, he let it be. Salar felt uneasy watching this. Each moment of not fixing made his chest tighten. He wanted to reach forward and help. He wanted to stop what he saw as a mistake. But Ian did not seem troubled. When the bowl was finished, Ian placed it on a shelf with many others. Some leaned a little. Some had thicker walls. None were identical. Sailor left without placing an order. Years later, when Sailor was older and no longer traveling, he remembered those bowls. He remembered how tired he had always been, trying to predict markets, trying to secure outcomes, trying to avoid loss. He wondered what it might be like to loosen his hands. When we hear a story like this, we might think it is about art, or craftsmanship, or even patience. But quietly, underneath, it is about letting go. Letting go does not mean we stop caring. Ian cared deeply about his bowls. He showed up every day. He worked with attention. What he let go of was the need for the clay to obey him completely. In our own lives, we often hold much tighter than we realize. We hold our days to a schedule that cannot breathe. We hold people to versions of themselves they can no longer maintain. We hold ourselves to expectations formed long ago by someone we no longer are. And the holding takes energy. It takes a quiet, constant effort. We may not notice it during the day, but at night, when the world becomes still, the effort remains. Letting go is not an action we force. It is often a noticing. Noticing that the hand is clenched. Noticing that it could soften. We do not have to pry the fingers open. We can simply see that they are tired. Sometimes that is enough. There is another story. In a coastal town where the sea met a line of black rocks, there lived an old ferryman named Mavek. Mavek had crossed the same narrow stretch of water for decades. He knew its moods, its hidden currents, its sudden fog. People trusted him. When Mavek held the rope and guided the boat, they felt safe. One winter, a new bridge was built upstream. It was strong and wide. It allowed carts and animals to cross without waiting. Fewer people came to the ferry. At first, Mavek told himself it was temporary. Storms would come. The bridge would need repairs. People would return. They did not. Mavek continued to arrive at the shore each morning. He untied the boat. He waited. Some days, no one came at all. The rope grew stiff from salt and cold. The boat creaked unused. One evening, a child named Oren wandered down to the water. Oren watched Mavek in silence for a long time. "Why do you wait?" Oren finally asked. Mavek smiled. but it was a practiced smile. "This is what I do," he said. "But no one is crossing," Oren said. "Not today," Mavek replied. The next morning, Mavek did not go to the shore. Instead, he walked along the coast. He noticed things he had not seen in years, the way the rocks formed small pools when the tide went out, the sound of wind moving through the tall grass, the slow work of the sea, shaping everything without hurry. The following day, he returned to the ferry. Then, the next day, he walked again. Gradually, without deciding to. Mavek stopped tying the boat each morning. The rope remained coiled. The boat rested. People still greeted him in town. They asked how he was. "I am well," he said, surprised to find it was true. Years later, when Oren was grown, he saw the old boat pulled up onto the shore, weathered and pale. Mavek sat nearby, mending a net for someone else. "You stopped being a ferryman," Oren said. Mavek shook his head gently. "No," he said. "I stopped holding the river to a shape it no longer had." This story, too, is about letting go. Mavek did not stop caring for people. He did not lose his sense of usefulness. What he released was the identity that required the world to remain unchanged. So often, what we are holding is not a thing, but a story about ourselves. I am the one who does this. I am needed in this way. This is how my days must look. When life shifts, we tighten around the story. We wait at the shore. We tell ourselves it will return. Sometimes it does. Often it does not. Letting go does not erase the past. Mavek did not lose his years on the water. They lived in his hands, in his balance, in his quiet confidence. But he no longer demanded that the present look like the past. At night, this kind of holding can be especially loud. Old roles replay themselves. Conversations repeat. Plans that did not happen continue happening in the mind. Letting go here is gentle. It is not a pushing away. It is allowing the boat to rest when there is no crossing to make. As we stay together in this night, we may notice how many small grips are still present. Some may loosen on their own. Some may remain. There is no rush. Even hearing these stories is not something to hold on to. They can pass through, like the sound of water moving past a dock, noticed and then gone. We continue on, not to reach a conclusion, but to keep company with this quiet art of letting go, as it unfolds in its own time. The night has a way of widening things. Sounds stretch out, thoughts slow, then circle. What felt solid during the day often softens here. So, we continue, not to add more, but to let what is already here settle a little deeper. There is another story. In a dry inland town, where the wind carried fine dust through the streets, there lived a woman named Tareen who repaired clocks. Her shop was narrow and dim, with shelves that leaned slightly inward, as if listening. The clocks ticked at different speeds, creating a soft, uneven chorus. Tareen had learned her trade from her father. He had taught her to listen before touching anything. Each clock, he used to say, is already telling you what it needs. After he died, Tareen kept the shop open exactly as it had been. She did not change the sign. She did not move the bench. Even the small crack in the window remained. People brought her clocks that no longer worked, and she fixed them patiently, but she refused to sell new ones. When asked why, she would smile and say nothing. One afternoon, a traveler named Kessel came into the shop. He carried a finely made clock wrapped in cloth. "This belonged to my mother," Kessel said. "It stopped the day she died." Tareen unwrapped the clock carefully. She turned it over in her hands. She listened. "It can be repaired," she said. Kessel hesitated. "If it works again," he asked, "will it still be hers?" Tareen looked at him for a long time. "It will not be the same," she said, "but it will still be true." Kessel left the clock with her. That night, Tareen opened the clock and began her work. As she did, she noticed how stiff her own movements had become. She corrected herself often. She held her breath without realizing it. She remembered her father's hands, how lightly they rested on the tools, how he trusted the mechanism to respond. For the first time in years, Tareen paused. She set the tools down. She allowed the clock to remain open and unfinished. In that pause, something loosened. She realized she had been repairing clocks in order to keep time exactly where it had stopped. The next morning, she finished the repair. The clock began to tick again, softly. When Kessel returned, he listened. "It sounds different," he said. "Yes," Tareen replied, "so do we." After that, Tareen began to sell new clocks as well. She moved the bench closer to the window. She replaced the sign when it faded. The crack in the glass remained. Letting go does not always arrive as a decision. Often, it comes as a small pause. Tareen did not plan to release her grip on the past. She simply stopped tightening it for a moment. We often believe that holding on is how we honor what mattered. We fear that if we loosen, something precious will be lost. But notice in the story, the clock did not forget the mother. It did not erase the time they shared. It simply began moving again. At night, memory can feel heavy. Not because it is wrong, but because we try to keep it still. Letting go does not mean forgetting. It means allowing memory to change shape, to breathe. We do not have to push it away. We can let it tick at its own pace. There is another story, quieter still. In a forest monastery, where paths were worn smooth by years of walking, there lived a novice named Hanok. Hanok had arrived young, eager, full of questions. He wanted to understand everything. He listened closely to every teaching. He remembered each word. When he walked, he repeated phrases in his mind. When he ate, he evaluated his own behavior. When he rested, he wondered if he was resting correctly. The older monks noticed this but did not comment. One evening, Hanok was assigned to help an elder named Seven tend the garden. Seven was slow. He stopped often. He seemed to forget what he was doing. Hanok grew impatient. "We will not finish before dark," Hanok said. Seven smiled. "Then we will stop when it is dark," he replied. As they worked, Hanok kept glancing at the sky. The light was already fading. "Should we not hurry?" Hanok asked. Seven shook his head. "If we hurry, we will still stop when it is dark," he said. "But we will be tired twice." Hanok did not understand this. Later that night, unable to sleep, Hanok went to the hall and sat alone. His mind replayed the day, the unfinished work, the elder's calm. He realized how much effort he spent trying to arrive somewhere else. The next morning, Hanok returned to the garden. He worked alone this time. He did not finish either. But he noticed the feel of the soil, the way light touched the leaves, the sound of his own steps. For the first time, he did not repeat any teaching in his mind. Years later, Hanok became known not for his knowledge, but for his ease. When asked what had changed, he said, "I stopped carrying the path while walking on it." We smile at this story because we recognize ourselves. So much effort goes into doing things correctly, understanding fully, arriving somewhere definitive. Even rest can become a task. Letting go here is subtle. It is releasing the extra layer we place on top of living. Hanok did not abandon learning. He did not stop caring. He simply stopped carrying the path. At night, the mind often wants to complete things, finish thoughts, resolve questions. But the night does not require completion. It allows things to remain unfinished, like the garden at dusk. When we let go of the need to arrive before sleep comes, sleep often arrives quietly on its own. We stay with this gentle theme, circling it again and again, not to master it, but to become familiar. Here is one more story. In a river city where houses were built on stilts, there lived a boat maker named Leuven. Leuven was skilled, known for boats that moved smoothly even in rough water. He worked near the riverbank, shaping wood day after day. He believed strongly in preparation. He reinforced every joint. He tested every hull again and again. One season, the river flooded higher than anyone remembered. The current changed. Old markers disappeared. People came to Leuven, worried. "Can your boats handle this?" they asked. Leuven inspected the river and frowned. "I built them for the river as it was," he said. Despite his doubts, people used the boats anyway. They crossed slowly, carefully. The boats did not break. They adapted. Leuven watched this with unease. He felt his certainty slipping. One evening, a fisher named Parel approached him. "You look troubled," Parel said. "I do not trust what I have not tested," Leuven replied. Parel gestured to the river. "The river was not tested either," he said. "Yet here it is." That night, Leuven lay awake, listening to the water. He realized how much of his confidence came from predicting conditions. The river had changed without asking him. The next boat he built was different, not weaker, but more flexible. He allowed space where before he had reinforced. People noticed. The boats moved differently now, responding instead of resisting. Leuven slept better after that. Letting go is not about becoming careless. Leuven did not abandon skill or responsibility. He released the belief that control is the same as safety. So often, what we cling to is the illusion of certainty. At night, when certainty dissolves, we can feel exposed. Thoughts drift. Plans lose their edges. Letting go here is trusting that we do not need to manage the dark. We can allow the mind to soften, like wood shaped to move with water. As we continue through this long night, there is no finish line ahead of us. The stories do not build toward a conclusion. They simply pass, like boats on a wide river. Understanding may come and go. Sleep may come and go. Nothing needs to be held. Letting go is not something we achieve. It is something we notice has already begun when effort quiets. So, we remain here, together, listening, loosening, allowing the night to do what nights have always done. The night continues to hold us. Nothing is being asked of it, and it does not ask anything of us. We stay with the same quiet theme, letting go, not as a task, but as something that reveals itself when we stop adding weight. There is another story. In a hillside town, where stone houses gathered warmth during the day and released it slowly at night, there lived a woman named Elson who wove cloth. Her loom stood near the window, and she worked by the changing light rather than by a clock. Elson had a habit of undoing her work. If a pattern did not feel right, she would unweave several rows without hesitation. Those who watched her found this unsettling. "Why destroy what you've already finished?" they asked. Elson would smile, her hands still moving. "It was only finished in my mind," she said. One year, a large order came from a distant valley. They wanted a single, long piece of cloth, woven without interruption, to hang in a gathering hall. Elson agreed. For many days, she worked steadily. The pattern grew. The cloth lengthened. Halfway through, she noticed a tension in the threads, not visible, but felt. Her hands slowed. She knew what she usually did in such moments. She would undo, adjust, begin again. But this time, the order was large. The time was short. The cloth was already admired. She continued. When the cloth was finished and delivered, it was praised. People admired its color and complexity. Weeks later, the cloth tore along a faint line, right where the tension had been. When the cloth was returned to her, Elson did not feel shame. She felt relief. She unraveled the entire piece, slowly, over many evenings. When she began again, she did not aim for the same pattern. The second cloth was simpler. It held. Letting go sometimes looks like undoing. We are taught to move forward, to build upon what is already there, to avoid going back. But there are times when continuing is more effortful than releasing. Elson did not cling to the work just because it had taken time. She did not defend it because others admired it. She listened to the tension before it became visible. In our own lives, there are threads pulled too tight, schedules that hold but do not breathe, relationships maintained by effort alone, ideas about ourselves that no longer fit. Letting go does not always mean walking away. Sometimes it means gently unweaving, row by row, without blame. At night, we may feel the places where things are pulled tight, not as clear thoughts, but as a quiet pressure. We do not need to identify them. We can allow the mind to stop weaving for a while. Another story comes to us now. In a desert town where wells were spaced far apart, there lived a man named Corin who carried water for others. He knew every path, every shortcut, every place where shade lingered. People depended on him. He was reliable. He was careful. Corin kept track of each delivery. He remembered who owed him, who paid early, who paid late. He told himself this was necessary. One summer, the heat lasted longer than expected. The wells grew shallow. Trips took more time. Corin began to miss deliveries. He grew anxious. He tightened his routes, cutting rest where he could. One afternoon, he collapsed beside a well, exhausted. A woman named Jasa, who tended that well, found him there. "You're holding too much," she said. "I can't drop anything," Corin replied. "If I do, someone goes without." Jasa lowered a bucket into the well. "You can't carry the water and the weight of everyone's need at the same time," she said. Corin stayed by the well for days, helping Jasa instead of traveling. He watched others come and go. They waited. They shared. When he returned to carrying water, he carried less. He forgot who owed him. He stopped counting. Strangely, fewer people went without. Letting go often means releasing the burden we were never meant to carry alone. Corin believed that his careful holding was what kept others safe. But his holding had become heavy. We do this, too. We hold responsibility past its natural boundary. We hold outcomes that depend on many hands. At night, these responsibilities do not sleep. They line up quietly, waiting to be attended to. Letting go here is not abandonment. It is recognizing where our reach ends. We do not need to resolve this now. The night is not for solving. It is enough to notice that the hands can rest even while the world continues. We remain with the same gentle movement. Another story arrives. In a northern village where winters were long and silent, there lived a teacher named Olven. Olven taught children to read and write, using old books passed down through generations. He took pride in clarity. He explained carefully. He corrected gently. As years passed, new books arrived from the city. They used different words, different examples. The children learned quickly from them. They asked fewer questions. Olven felt unnecessary. He continued teaching as before, but his voice grew tight. He repeated explanations even when no one asked. One evening, a child named Mira stayed behind. You don't need to say so much, Mira said. Olven smiled thinly. How else will you learn? He asked. Mira held up one of the new books. This helps, she said, and so does sitting quietly. That night, Olven sat alone in the schoolroom. He realized how much of his teaching was a way of proving his place. The next day, he spoke less. He listened more. The room did not grow empty. It grew calm. Letting go can feel like stepping back. Olven did not lose his value. He released the need to assert it constantly. In our own quiet hours, we may replay conversations, thinking of what we should have said. Letting go here is trusting that presence does not require explanation. Silence is not absence. It is space. At night, space is generous. We continue slowly. One final story for this part of the night. In a coastal village where lanterns were lit at dusk, there lived a woman named Senra who tended the lights. Each evening, she walked the same path, lighting each lantern by hand. She liked the order of it, the predictability. One stormy night, the wind was strong. Lanterns flickered and went out as quickly as she lit them. Senra grew frustrated. She retraced her steps again and again. An old sailor named Brem passed her. "Leave some dark," he said. "But people need to see," Senra replied. "They need to see the ground." Brem said, "They don't need to see everything." Senra paused. She lit fewer lanterns that night. People walked more slowly. They watched where they stepped. No one was harmed. After that, Senra always left spaces between the lights. Letting go does not mean leaving everything unlit. It means trusting that not all darkness is dangerous. We often try to illuminate every thought, every possibility, especially when the day ends. But the night does not ask for full visibility. It allows outlines. It allows rest. As we stay together in this long teaching, there is nothing to complete. If sleep has already come, these words can fade unnoticed. If wakefulness remains, it does not need to be fixed. Letting go is already happening in small, quiet ways. We simply continue, gently, into the rest of the night. The night does not hurry us. It stretches itself out, wide enough to hold many thoughts, and also wide enough to let them drift away. We remain with the same simple turning, the same soft release, letting go not as something we do, but as something that happens when we stop insisting. There is another story. In a valley where fog settled every morning and lifted by midday, there lived a man named Ravel who kept bees. His hives were placed carefully along the edge of the fields, just where the wild flowers grew thickest. Ravel knew each hive by sound. He could tell when one was restless, when another was calm. He believed strongly in attention. Each morning, he walked the line of hives and checked them. He adjusted coverings. He repaired small cracks. He intervened quickly at the first sign of trouble. For many years, the honey was abundant. Then one season, despite all his care, a hive collapsed. The bees scattered. The structure failed. Ravel worked tirelessly to prevent the same from happening again. He reinforced every hive. He inspected them twice as often. Still, another failed. Ravel grew weary. He slept lightly. Even at night, he listened for sounds that might signal loss. One afternoon, a neighboring beekeeper named Joran visited him. "You watch them constantly," Joran said. "They need it," Ravel replied. Joran shook his head gently. "They need space," he said. "So do you." That evening, Ravel did not walk the hives. He sat at the edge of the field instead. Nothing terrible happened. Over time, he learned to check less, to trust the rhythm he had once tried to control. The hives did not all survive, but neither did they before. Ravel slept more deeply after that. Letting go does not guarantee a particular outcome. Ravel did not prevent all loss by loosening his grip, but he released the burden of believing that vigilance alone could secure life. We often confuse care with control. Care listens, control tightens. At night, control grows anxious. It scans. It anticipates. Care, on the other hand, can rest. Letting go here is allowing ourselves to stop monitoring what cannot be monitored endlessly. Some things grow on their own time. Some things fail despite attention. We do not need to stay awake to supervise the world. Another story moves toward us now. In a market town where musicians gathered in the evenings, there lived a lute player named Kelm. Kelm had once been admired for his skill. People gathered when he played. As years passed, his hands stiffened slightly. His timing changed. He practiced more, pushing himself to keep pace with his younger days. One night, during a performance, a string broke. The sound startled him. He froze. The crowd waited. Some shifted uncomfortably. Kelm lowered the lute and felt something release inside his chest. He laughed softly. "This is where I stop," he said. He did not mean forever, only for that night. He sat down among the listeners instead. He listened to others play. He noticed how different each sound was. how music did not belong to one set of hands. After that, Kelm played less often. When he did play, he played simply. People still listened. Some listened more closely than before. Letting go is not disappearance. Kelm did not vanish when he stepped back. He changed his relationship to the sound. So much of our effort comes from trying to preserve a version of ourselves. We remember how we once moved, once spoke, once mattered in a particular way. The night can bring these comparisons forward. Letting go here is allowing change without measuring it against what came before. We can still be present without performing the same role. There is another story. In a wide plain, where grass bent easily in the wind, there lived a woman named Pasha, who raised horses. She was known for her discipline. Her horses were well trained. She believed in firm hands and clear signals. One year, she was given a young horse named Nalin. Nalin resisted training. He did not respond predictably. Pesha applied more pressure. She corrected more often. The horse grew tense. An older handler named Vorek watched quietly. "You are holding too hard," Vorek said. "If I don't," Pesha replied, "he won't learn." Vorek shrugged. "Or he will learn something else," he said. One morning, Pesha loosened her grip just a little. She allowed the horse to move without immediate correction. Nalin slowed. He listened. Training took longer, but it became easier. Pesha felt the difference in her own body first. Letting go often feels risky because it asks us to trust what we cannot force. We tighten because we fear chaos. But there is a difference between firmness and strain. At night, strain becomes obvious. It shows up as restlessness, as a sense of needing to manage even the dark. Letting go here is allowing things to respond instead of insisting they comply. We move onward. In a riverside town where floods came without warning, there lived a carpenter named Dovin. He specialized in doors. He believed a good door should close perfectly. No gaps, no movement. After a particularly heavy flood, many doors swelled and stuck. People complained. Dovin repaired them carefully. He shaved edges. He sealed surfaces. But the next flood came. This time, Dovin tried something different. He allowed small spaces. He let the doors shift. People worried at first. But when the water rose again, the doors held. Letting go is sometimes about allowing room. We think tightness equals strength. Often, it equals brittleness. The night invites flexibility. It loosens the sharp edges of thought. We can let some spaces remain open. Another story comes softly. In a monastery near a lake, there lived a cook named Isera. She prepared meals for many people each day. She liked consistency. She measured carefully. She followed recipes exactly. One winter, supplies were limited. Ingredients varied. Isera felt anxious. She adapted reluctantly. She substituted. She guessed. The meals were uneven, some better, some worse. No one complained. Eventually, Isera stopped measuring so strictly. She tasted. She adjusted. Cooking became quieter. Letting go does not always mean less effort. It can mean a different kind of attention. Isera did not become careless. She became responsive. At night, responsiveness is enough. We do not need perfect formulas for rest. We stay with this gentle movement. Another story unfolds. In a stone quarry where echoes lingered, there worked a man named Trevan. He cut blocks with precision. He measured twice, cut once. He disliked waste. One day, a block cracked unexpectedly. Trevan cursed himself. The cracked stone was set aside. Later, another worker used it for steps. The crack became part of the design. Trevan noticed how many useful shapes came from what he had discarded. Letting go includes releasing rigid ideas about what counts as success. At night, these ideas loosen naturally. We do not need to evaluate the day. Another story now. In a coastal fog where bells marked safe passage, there lived a bellkeeper named Sarin. He rang the bell every hour. He believed consistency prevented accidents. One night, the fog was thick. The sound carried strangely. Ships slowed on their own. Sarin missed a ringing. Nothing went wrong. He rang less precisely after that. Letting go can reveal how much the world already adjusts. We do not need to hold everything in place. As the night continues, these stories may blend together. Names may fade. Details may soften. That is fine. They are not meant to be kept. They are like lantern light on water, appearing, then moving on. Letting go does not require effort. It requires permission. Permission for the mind to wander. Permission for sleep to arrive or not arrive. We do not need to decide. We remain here, in the same calm current, allowing what loosens to loosen and what stays to stay, as the night carries us onward. The night keeps unfolding on its own. It does not ask whether we are ready. It does not check our progress. It simply moves, and in its movement, things loosen. We stay close to this one gentle theme, letting go, returning to it again and again, the way water returns to the low places, without effort. There is another story. In a high mountain pass where travelers rested before crossing, there lived a woman named Evelyn who kept a small inn. The inn was simple: stone floors, low ceilings, a fire that burned steadily. Evelyn was known for remembering her guests. She remembered names, faces, stories. She remembered who preferred silence and who wanted to talk late into the night. She believed this was what made her inn warm. Over the years, travelers changed. More passed through. Fewer stayed long. Evelyn tried harder. She asked more questions. She listened more closely. She replayed conversations after guests had gone, wondering if she had missed something. One winter evening, a traveler named Darek arrived. He was quiet and tired. Evelyn offered him food and a room. She did not ask where he came from. Later, as she sat by the fire, she realized how much effort she usually put into holding people's stories. The next day, Darek left early. He thanked her simply. For the first time, Evelyn felt rested after a guest departed. From then on, she remembered less on purpose. She welcomed fully, and then released. The inn did not grow colder. It grew lighter. Letting go can feel like forgetting, but it is not carelessness. Evelyn did not stop caring about people. She stopped carrying them beyond their stay. We often hold on to conversations, faces, words that have already finished their work. At night, these memories line up quietly, asking to be reviewed. Letting go here is allowing the mind to stop hosting what has already departed. The door can close gently. Nothing important is lost. Another story arrives. In a fertile valley where crops grew easily, there lived a farmer named Joran. Joran planned carefully. He kept records of rainfall, temperature, yield. He believed good planning was the reason his fields prospered. One year, the rains came late. Then they came all at once. Joran watched the sky constantly. He adjusted schedules again and again. Still, some crops failed. His neighbor, an older farmer named Pelai, worked differently. Pelai planted fewer varieties. He accepted loss more easily. Joran felt irritated watching him. After the harvest, Pelai's yield was smaller, but steady. Joran's was larger, but uneven. Pelai said nothing. The following year, Joran planted less. His sleep improved. Letting go does not remove uncertainty. It changes how we meet it. Joran did not stop planning. He stopped expecting planning to protect him completely. At night, uncertainty can feel threatening. The mind wants assurance before resting. Letting go here is allowing uncertainty to remain unresolved. Sleep does not require certainty. It arrives even when questions remain open. We continue. In a small harbor where nets dried on wooden poles, there lived a man named Sivan who repaired sails. He was meticulous. He stitched carefully, reinforcing weak places. He took pride in durability. One afternoon, a sailor named Roha brought him a sail torn badly by wind. "This may not hold," Sivan said. Roha shrugged. "It only needs to hold long enough," he replied. Sivan repaired it anyway. Weeks later, Roha returned. The sail had torn again, differently. Sivan noticed how the fabric had shifted around the repair, redistributing the strain. He changed how he worked after that. Letting go sometimes means accepting that things are temporary by design. We often repair our lives as if they must last unchanged. But some things only need to hold for a while. At night, we can let go of the need to secure the future. The present moment is enough to rest in. Another story comes. In a quiet village where elders gathered under a large fig tree, there lived a woman named Nerith, who was known for giving advice. People came to her with problems. She listened carefully. She spoke thoughtfully. Over time, she noticed people returning with the same concerns. She felt responsible. One afternoon, a young man named Callum came to her again. "I've told you this before," Nerith said gently. Callum nodded. "I know," he said. "I just needed to say it again." Nerith said nothing more. After that, she spoke less. She listened without shaping an answer. People stayed longer. They left quieter. Letting go is sometimes about releasing the need to fix what can only be lived. Nerith did not withdraw her presence. She withdrew her urgency. At night, urgency has nowhere to go. It paces. Letting go here is allowing problems to rest unsolved. The night does not demand solutions. We move on. In a hillside orchard where fruit trees bloomed early, there lived a man named Tovan who pruned carefully. He removed branches precisely, believing this guided growth. One year, illness kept him from pruning on time. The trees grew wild. Tovan worried. When harvest came, the fruit was smaller, but plentiful. The trees looked different, not worse. Tovan pruned less after that. Letting go can be allowing things to grow unevenly. We often shape our days as if symmetry equals health. At night, symmetry dissolves. Thoughts wander, images overlap. This is not failure. It is how the mind rests. Another story. In a stone bridge town where travelers paused to watch the water below. There lived a toll keeper named Varan. He collected payment carefully. He counted coins twice. One evening, a traveler named Essie passed through without paying. Varan noticed too late. He spent the night replaying the moment. The next day, he missed another payment. Realizing his tension was causing more loss, Varan relaxed his counting. Loss decreased. Letting go does not mean losing everything. Sometimes it prevents further loss. At night, we may replay moments we wish had gone differently. Letting go here is allowing the replay to fade. The moment has passed. It no longer needs guarding. We stay close to the ground. In a monastery kitchen where steam clouded the air, there lived a helper named Kira who washed bowls. She stacked them neatly. She worried about breaking them. One evening, tired, she stacked carelessly. Nothing broke. She laughed softly. Letting go can be as small as that. Not every grip is dramatic. Some are tiny, habitual tightenings. At night, these soften first. Another story comes quietly. In a watchtower near a border road, there lived a guard named Lomir. He watched for danger. Years passed without incident. Lemire stayed alert anyway. One night, exhausted, he dozed briefly. Nothing happened. He remained a guard, but he learned to sit down. Letting go is not abandoning vigilance. It is releasing constant strain. The night does not require watchfulness. It asks for trust. We continue. In a pottery town where kilns glowed at dusk, there lived a woman named Sora who glazed bowls. She tried to control the final color precisely. Variations frustrated her. One firing produced unexpected hues. Customers loved them. Sore stopped insisting on sameness. Letting go allows surprise. At night, surprises may arrive as dreams. We do not need to manage them. Another story. In a mountain library carved into stone, there lived a keeper named Halvan who guarded scrolls. He feared loss. He checked inventories nightly. One evening, a scroll was missing. Later, it was returned, annotated. The knowledge had grown. Halvan checked less after that. Letting go does not always reduce what we care for. It can allow it to expand. At night, the mind expands quietly. As these stories continue, they do not ask to be remembered. They pass like footsteps on a path, leaving no trace that must be followed. If sleep has already begun, that is fine. If listening continues, that is fine too. Letting go does not require timing. It is happening in the small pauses between thoughts. in the spaces where nothing needs to be done. We remain here, not reaching ahead, not closing anything behind us, allowing the night to continue opening in its own unhurried way. The night keeps its own rhythm. It does not measure how long we have been here. It does not mark progress. It simply continues. And in that continuing, the need to hold begins to thin. We stay with the same quiet turning, letting go, not as a lesson, but as a gentle wearing away of what no longer needs to be carried. There is another story. In a river delta where water split and rejoined endlessly, there lived a mapmaker named Oral. Oral was respected for his accuracy. His maps were detailed, precise, admired by travelers and traders alike. He believed that if a place could be mapped correctly, it could be understood. Each year, the river shifted slightly. Channels moved. Small islands appeared and vanished. Orel updated his maps constantly. He worked late into the night, correcting lines, erasing, redrawing. Despite his efforts, travelers returned confused. The river is not where your map says it is, they told him. Orel felt frustration tighten in his chest. He worked harder. One evening, an old fisher named Demos visited his workshop. Demos looked at the maps spread across the table. "You're chasing water," Demos said. "It matters where it flows," Oral replied. "Yes," Demos said, "but it doesn't stay." Oral watched the river the next day, instead of drawing it. He noticed how people navigated without certainty, how they adjusted, how they trusted movement more than lines. Slowly, Oral began making simpler maps. They showed landmarks, not exact paths. Travel became easier. Oral slept better when he stopped trying to pin the river down. Letting go often means releasing the idea that understanding must be complete. Oral did not abandon knowledge. He let go of the belief that clarity comes from fixing things in place. At night, the mind wants clear outlines. It wants to know where everything is. But the night is like a river delta. Things shift. Boundaries blur. Letting go here is allowing the mind to navigate without exact coordinates. It knows how. Another story drifts toward us. In a windswept plateau where sheep grazed widely, there lived a shepherd named Rethan. Rethan counted his flock obsessively. Each morning, each evening, he feared losing one without noticing. Over time, the counting became heavy. He woke at night replaying numbers. One spring, a lamb wandered off during a storm. Rathan searched for days. When the lamb returned on its own, unharmed, Rathan felt something loosen. He still watched his flock. He still cared. But he stopped counting every head. The sheep grazed more calmly after that. Letting go does not mean losing track. It means trusting what does not require constant checking. Rathan's care became quieter. At night, constant checking keeps the mind alert. It scans the past. It scans the future. Letting go here is allowing vigilance to soften. Nothing needs to be counted now. We continue. In a mountain village where bells marked the hours, there lived a bell tuner named Iskel. He ensured that each bell rang perfectly in harmony with the others. He adjusted them carefully. He listened critically. One year, a bell cracked slightly in winter cold. Its tone changed. Iskel tried to correct it. He could not. The bell rang differently, but not unpleasantly. People noticed. They said it helped them know which hour had arrived without looking. Iskel stopped trying to fix it. Letting go sometimes allows distinction. We often aim for sameness, for consistency that removes difference. But difference can guide. At night, thoughts may not follow familiar patterns. Dreams may sound a different tone. We do not need to correct them. Another story emerges. In a vineyard where grapes ripened unevenly, there lived a woman named Kalira who oversaw the harvest. She preferred uniformity. She instructed workers to pick only grapes of the same size and color. The wine was predictable. One year, illness reduced her oversight. Workers picked more freely. The wine changed. It was deeper, more complex. Kalira adjusted her methods. Letting go can mean allowing variation. Uniformity feels safe. Variation feels uncertain. At night, variation is natural. Thoughts come in many shapes. We can let them pass without sorting. Another story. In a stone watchpost along a mountain road, there lived a signal keeper named Torin. He lit fires to warn of danger. Years passed without threat. Torin maintained readiness anyway. He rehearsed responses in his mind. One night, snow fell heavily. The fire would not light. Torin waited, tense. No danger came. After that, Torin rehearsed less. Letting go is not ignoring risk. It is releasing imagined emergencies. At night, imagined emergencies multiply easily. Letting go here is allowing the mind to stop rehearsing what is not happening. We stay close to this quiet unfolding. Another story follows. In a town built around a spring, there lived a woman named Irona who maintained the water channels. She ensured flow was steady. She removed debris quickly. She feared stagnation. One season, she fell ill and rested. Leaves collected. Water slowed slightly. The spring did not fail. It cooled. After that, Arona worked less aggressively. Letting go sometimes means allowing a slower pace. We equate speed with health, but slowing can nourish. At night, slowing is not a problem. It is the point. Another story comes. In a coastal cliff village, there lived a painter named Jask. He painted the sea daily, trying to capture it accurately. Each day it looked different. He grew frustrated. One morning, he painted less. He left space. The painting felt alive. Letting go can create room. When we stop filling every space, something else appears. At night, space is not empty. It is restful. Another story. In a monastery storehouse, there lived a keeper named Pelon who stacked grain carefully. He aligned sacks perfectly. He feared collapse. One evening, a sack slipped slightly. Nothing fell. Pelon stopped aligning so strictly. Letting go can be learning that order does not require rigidity. At night, order loosens naturally. We do not need to arrange thoughts. Another story arrives quietly. In a forest clearing where woodcutters rested, there lived a man named Vesh who sharpened axes. He sharpened constantly. He feared dullness. One day, he cut less and rested more. The axes lasted longer. Letting go can reduce wear. Effort wears things down. At night, rest repairs without action. Another story. In a lighthouse town, there lived a keeper named Amrin who polished the lens daily. He feared dimness. One storm scratched the glass. The light still reached the ships. Amrin polished less after that. Letting go does not remove function. We often over-maintain what already works. At night, the mind works without polishing. Another story. In a hillside apiary, there lived a woman named Phelan who marked each hive with symbols. She tracked everything. One storm washed the marks away. The bees did not notice. Phelan remembered without symbols. Letting go can reveal how much we already know without tracking. At night, memory organizes itself. Another story. In a winter camp where fires were precious, there lived a man named Chorus who rationed wood strictly. He feared running out. One night, others shared their supply. The fire burned steadily. Chorus worried less afterward. Letting go can allow support. We often hold because we feel alone. At night, even solitude is shared. We continue gently. In a high meadow where wind bent the grass, there lived a flute maker named Sorel. He tuned instruments precisely. One flute warped slightly. Its sound softened. Musicians preferred it. Sorel changed his tuning. Letting go allows warmth. Precision can be cold. At night, warmth matters more. Another story? In a stone archive, there lived a clerk named Nirith who labeled everything. He feared confusion. One label fell off. The record was still found. Nirith relaxed. Letting go does not create chaos. Often, it reveals resilience. At night, the mind is resilient. As we move through this long stretch of night, these stories may begin to blur. They are not meant to stand apart. They are variations of the same quiet gesture, the hand opening, the breath releasing, the mind no longer insisting. If attention drifts, that is letting go. If sleep arrives, that is letting go. If listening continues, that is also letting go. Nothing needs to be held in place. The night is doing its work, slowly, patiently, carrying us forward without asking us to carry it in return. The night remains wide. It does not narrow as hours pass. If anything, it opens further. As expectations soften and the effort to arrive somewhere quietly dissolves, we stay with the same simple theme. Letting go. Returning to it, not because we must, but because it keeps meeting us where we already are. There is another story. In a low valley where mist lingered between the fields, there lived a man named Brevin who repaired fences. His work was steady and necessary. He walked long lines of posts each day, checking for loosened wire, replacing broken boards. Brevin believed that good fences prevented problems. They kept animals where they belonged. They marked what was his and what was not. One year, the ground softened after heavy rains. Posts leaned. Wire sagged. Brevin worked harder. He reinforced everything. Still, the fences shifted. One morning, an old farmer named Jorel watched him struggle with a stubborn post. "The ground is moving," Jorel said. "No fence will stop that." Brevin paused. He looked across the valley. He noticed how animals navigated without straight lines, how boundaries blurred and reformed naturally. After that, Brevin fixed fences when they failed, not when they leaned. He walked less. He rested more. The valley did not fall apart. Letting go does not mean abandoning care. It means letting go of unnecessary correction. Brevin did not stop maintaining boundaries. He stopped fighting natural movement. At night, thoughts lean and shift. We can rush to straighten them, or we can let them rest where they are. The mind does not need to be perfectly aligned to sleep. Another story drifts in. In a coastal marsh where birds gathered seasonally, there lived a woman named Elmar who recorded their arrivals. She kept careful notes year after year. She noticed patterns. She took pride in prediction. One spring, the birds arrived early. Her records felt wrong. She stayed up late adjusting them, trying to make sense of the change. A visiting naturalist named Fenro glanced at her notes. "They don't need to follow your pages," he said kindly. Elmar watched the birds instead. She listened to their calls, noticed how they settled easily without explanation. She continued recording, but she stopped expecting consistency. Letting go can be releasing the need for the world to repeat itself. We find comfort in patterns, but change is not an error. At night, sleep does not arrive the same way every time. We can stop tracking it. We continue. In a hilltop village where winds were strong, there lived a builder named Kavan who reinforced roofs heavily. He believed strength meant weight. One storm, a lighter roof flexed and held, while a heavier one cracked. Kavan adjusted his designs. Letting go can be learning that lightness is not weakness. At night, heaviness keeps us awake. Lightness lets us drift. Another story. In a monastery garden where stones were arranged carefully, there lived a caretaker named Risen. He aligned each stone precisely. He believed balance came from symmetry. One winter, frost shifted the stones. Paths changed slightly. Visitors walked them easily. Risen stopped realigning everything. Letting go does not destroy harmony. Sometimes it reveals a quieter one. At night, balance does not need symmetry. Another story arrives. In a fishing village where tides governed life, there lived a woman named Keela who dried fish on racks. She watched the sky constantly. If clouds gathered, she rushed to cover everything. One day, rain came suddenly. Some fish were soaked. They dried again. They were still good. Keela worried less afterward. Letting go can come from seeing that mistakes are not always final. At night, thoughts may wander into places we didn't intend. They can wander back out. We continue. In a mountain library where lamps burned late, there lived a scholar named Iram who reread texts obsessively. He feared missing something important. One evening, exhausted. He fell asleep over an open page. The book remained. The meaning did not vanish. Iram reread less after that. Letting go can be trusting that what matters will remain. At night, memory settles on what it needs. Another story. In a riverside town where bridges connected many paths, there lived a toll watcher named Sarek. He counted crossings carefully. One night, fog hid the bridge. People crossed slowly, helping one another. Sarek missed counting several. Nothing was lost. Letting go does not always reduce order. It can reveal cooperation. At night, the mind does not work alone. Dreams share the load. Another story unfolds. In a weaving hall where apprentices learned patterns, there lived a teacher named Moline. He corrected every error immediately. Students grew tense. One day, Moline was absent. Students corrected each other gently. Their work improved. Moline changed his approach. Letting go can allow others to participate. At night, we do not need to manage ourselves so strictly. Another story. In a harbor tower where flags signaled weather, there lived a signaler named Trass. He watched the horizon constantly. One calm night, he sat down. The sea did not surprise him. Letting go can be sitting down without losing awareness. At night, sitting down inside the mind is enough. Another story. In a clay workshop where tiles were fired, there lived a woman named Heron who rejected any tile with slight warping. She demanded precision. One batch was used anyway. The floor held. She relaxed her standards. Letting go can be allowing imperfection to support us. At night, we do not need to be perfectly aligned to rest. Another story. In a mountain pass where snow markers guided travelers, there lived a marker keeper named Oven. He replaced markers constantly. One winter, snow fell gently. Markers were barely visible. Travelers moved carefully. No one was lost. Oven replaced fewer markers afterward. Letting go does not remove guidance. It allows attentiveness to return. At night, we can trust the body to find rest without signs. Another story comes softly. In a quiet bay where shells washed ashore, there lived a collector named Yelra who sorted them by size and color. She feared disorder. One storm mixed them all. She noticed their beauty together. She sorted less. Letting go can reveal beauty we filtered out. At night, mixed thoughts are not a problem. Another story. In a hill village where bells marked prayer times, there lived a ringer named Sovan who never missed a moment. He felt responsible for rhythm. One night, he overslept. The village woke anyway. Letting go can show us how much continues without us. At night, the world keeps turning. We do not need to supervise it. Another story. In a forest edge camp where hunters rested, there lived a tracker named Belin who replayed each step taken during the day. He feared error. One evening, he stopped replaying. The forest remained familiar. Letting go does not erase skill. It allows it to rest. At night, skill rests too. Another story. In a coastal lighthouse where storms came often, there lived a keeper named Norel who tightened bolts daily. He feared loosening. One storm passed quietly. The bolts held. Norel checked less. Letting go can mean trusting what has already been built. At night, we do not need to reinforce ourselves. As the night stretches on, the stories may lose their edges. Names may drift, scenes may overlap. That is not a failure of attention. It is the shape of letting go. We are not collecting these stories. We are letting them pass through, like wind through an open window. If sleep comes, it does not interrupt anything. If wakefulness remains, it does not need correction. Letting go is not something we finish. It is something that continues quietly in the spaces where effort no longer insists. We stay here, not holding the night and not being held by it, allowing both to move freely, side by side, as the hours soften and widen on their own. The night does not ask us to keep pace with it. It moves whether we notice or not, and in its movement, the small habits of holding begin to loosen on their own. We stay with this one quiet theme, letting go, returning to it the way the mind returns to stillness between thoughts, without being told. There is another story. In a wide estuary where fresh water met the sea, there lived a woman named Lorene who gathered salt. She knew the tides well. She waited for the water to retreat, then walked the flats, scraping crystals into shallow baskets. Lorene believed timing was everything. If she arrived too early, the salt dissolved. Too late, and the tide returned. For years, she watched the water closely. She memorized its patterns. Then one season, the tides became unpredictable. Winds shifted. Storms arrived out of sequence. Lorene found herself waiting longer, watching harder, growing tense. One afternoon, another gatherer named Hasko walked past her with an easy pace. "You don't look at the water," Lorene said. "How do you know when to go?" Hasko smiled. "I feel when it's time to stop waiting," he said. That evening, Lorene went out without certainty. She gathered less salt, but she returned calm. Over time, she gathered enough. Letting go is not always knowing when to act. Sometimes it is knowing when to stop watching so closely. We believe attention must be tight to be effective, but tight attention tires. At night, watching for sleep keeps it away. Letting go is allowing the waiting to soften. Sleep knows when to come. Another story unfolds. In a quiet inland town where dust settled thick on windowsills, there lived a glassblower named Othran. He shaped vessels with careful breath and steady hands. Othran disliked interruption. He wanted complete control over temperature, timing, movement. One afternoon, a sudden breeze entered his workshop, cooling the glass unevenly. The vessel warped. Othran felt irritation rise. He nearly discarded it. Instead, he finished shaping what remained. The vessel held water better than any he had made before. After that, Othran left the door open. Letting go can mean allowing interruption. We plan for smoothness. Life introduces drafts. At night, interruptions come as stray thoughts, half dreams, fragments. We do not need to close the door on them. They may settle into something useful on their own. We continue. In a mountain hamlet where snow lingered late into spring, there lived a woman named Ciela who cleared paths each morning. She believed paths should be obvious. She shoveled diligently, marking clear lines. One night, fresh snow fell after her work was done. In the morning, paths were gone. Villagers walked slowly, choosing their way carefully. No one complained. Ciela cleared less after that. Letting go can mean allowing slowness. Clear paths move us quickly. Unclear ones invite care. At night, slowness is not an obstacle. It is how the body remembers how to rest. Another story comes quietly. In a river bend village where water carried reeds downstream, there lived a basket maker named Urin. He wove tightly, believing strength came from tension. His baskets held much, but they cracked over time. One season, his hands grew tired. He wove more loosely. The baskets bent without breaking. Urin's hands hurt less after that. Letting go does not weaken structure. It can extend its life. At night, the body releases small tensions it carried all day. We do not need to assist it. Another story. In a coastal cliff town where echoes lingered, there lived a caller named Virek who shouted warnings when waves rose high. He prided himself on early alerts. Sometimes he called too soon. People ignored him. One night, he waited. He listened instead of shouting. When he finally called, people responded. Virek learned restraint. Letting go can be trusting silence. We fear that if we do not speak, something will be missed. At night, silence is not absence. It is communication of a different kind. Another story arrives. In a forest monastery, where bells were rung by hand, there lived a novice named Talam. Talam rang the bell with exact force, exact timing. He worried about being precise. One morning, his hand slipped. The bell rang softer. The monks paused longer. Talam rang softly from then on. Letting go can shift rhythm. Precision can hurry. Softness invites pause. At night, pause is enough. We continue. In a hillside quarry where stone was split carefully, there lived a cutter named Joranel. He planned each strike. One day, a crack followed an unexpected line. The stone revealed a natural curve. The curve became the centerpiece of a doorway. Joranel planned less rigidly after that. Letting go allows form to emerge. We often impose shape instead of discovering it. At night, dreams shape themselves. We do not need to design them. Another story. In a lowland pasture where fog rolled in at dusk, there lived a herder named Mavri, who gathered animals early each evening. She feared losing one in the mist. One night, fog arrived sooner than expected. She could not gather them all. In the morning, every animal was present. Mavri trusted the fog more after that. Letting go does not mean danger appears. Often, it means we notice what was already holding. At night, the dark is not empty. It holds quietly. Another story. In a stone tower where messages were stored, there lived a courier named Etrin who reread letters before delivering them. He wanted to be sure. One letter fell into the river and was lost. The sender wrote again, differently, more clearly. Etrin stopped rereading so much. Letting go can refine communication. What needs to arrive will find a way. At night, thoughts do not need perfect wording. Another story comes. In a seaside workshop where ropes were braided, there lived a woman named Kesson who tightened each strand with care. She feared weakness. One rope was braided more loosely by mistake. It lasted longer in salt air. Kesson loosened her grip after that. Letting go can increase resilience. Tightness frays under strain. At night, resilience matters more than control. Another story. In a hillside granary where grain was measured carefully, there lived a keeper named Norik who weighed everything twice. He feared shortage. One season, harvest was plentiful. His careful weighing did not increase it. Norik measured once after that. Letting go can be recognizing sufficiency. Enough is often already here. At night, enough rest is whatever comes. Another story drifts through. In a traveling troupe where stories were told aloud, there lived a teller named Perilian who rehearsed each line. He feared forgetting. One night, he forgot a part. He paused. Listeners leaned in. The story deepened. Perilian trusted pauses after that. Letting go creates space. Space invites presence. At night, space is generous. Another story? In a mountain observatory where stars were charted, there lived a watcher named Selvin who mapped constellations precisely. He tracked movement nightly. One cloudy night, he could not see the sky. He slept. The stars remained. Selvin slept more often after that. Letting go does not erase what we care about. It allows us to rest from watching it. At night, we can rest from ourselves. Another story. In a river town where bells marked floods, there lived a bellkeeper named Rethil who listened constantly. He feared missing the first sign. One night, water rose quietly. People noticed without bells. Rethil trusted awareness more than alarms after that. Letting go can mean trusting shared awareness. We are not alone in noticing. At night, the body and mind notice together. Another story. In a high valley where snowmelt fed streams, there lived a stone layer named Ulmar, who leveled each stone exactly. He sought flatness. One uneven stone settled better than the rest. Ulmar stopped correcting every angle. Letting go does not remove stability. It often reveals it. As the night continues, these stories may blend into one another. The names may slip away. The details may soften. That is not a loss. It is the movement we are speaking of. Letting go does not mean pushing away. It means allowing things to finish when they are finished. If listening fades into sleep, the stories will fade with it. If wakefulness lingers, it does not need to hold on to anything. The night is wide enough for drifting, wide enough for rest, wide enough for nothing in particular. We remain here, together, not gathering meaning, not reaching conclusions, allowing the quiet work of letting go to continue on its own, as gently and naturally as the night itself. The night is still moving. It does not announce itself as it goes. It does not signal each passing hour. It simply continues. And in that continuation, the effort to keep track slowly loses its importance. We stay with this single, gentle thread letting go, not tightening around it, not trying to define it, but letting it weave itself through whatever remains awake. There is another story. In a long river town where boats were tied with heavy ropes, there lived a man named Edrin who checked knots for a living. He believed that a good knot was one that never slipped. He tested them by pulling hard, again and again. Boats stayed where they were meant to stay. Edrin was respected. Over time, his hands stiffened, his shoulders ached. One night, a storm passed through quickly. The river rose and fell within hours. In the morning, one boat had drifted a short distance downstream. Its knot had loosened slightly, not broken. The boat was undamaged. Edrin stared at the rope for a long time. He noticed that boats tied too tightly had strained against their moorings. Some had cracked boards. After that, Edrin began tying knots that could give a little. He tested them gently. His hands hurt less. The boats lasted longer. Letting go does not always mean letting go completely. Sometimes it means allowing movement without losing connection. We often tie ourselves to ideas, plans, and expectations with knots that do not allow any give. At night, the river rises and falls inside us. Thoughts drift. Emotions shift. If everything is tied too tightly, strain builds. Letting go here is allowing some slack. Nothing needs to float away. It only needs room to move. Another story arrives quietly. In a high desert, where stars were bright and nights were cold, there lived a woman named Kira who measured distance by footsteps. She had learned this from her elders. She trusted her counting. When she traveled alone, she counted steadily. When she arrived, she checked her count against markers. One night, tired, she lost her place in the count. She stopped and sat down. Looking up, she noticed a familiar rock formation she had missed before. She arrived without counting. After that, Kira counted less. She looked more. Letting go can mean releasing internal measuring. We measure our progress. We measure our rest. We measure how close or far we are from where we think we should be. At night, measurement becomes fuzzy. Letting go here is trusting orientation without numbers. The body knows where it is. We continue. In a quiet harbor where nets were mended each afternoon, there lived a fisherman named Olin who repaired tears immediately. He feared small damage becoming large. One day, a small tear went unnoticed. The net still worked. The fish moved differently, but they stayed. Olin repaired less urgently after that. Letting go does not ignore problems. It releases panic. Not every small tear becomes a disaster. At night, small worries can feel enormous. Letting go is allowing them to be small again. Another story unfolds. In a mountain village where echoes traveled far, there lived a caller named Senrik, who announced the weather each morning. He watched the sky carefully. One morning, he overslept. No announcement was made. People looked outside. They prepared. The village functioned. Senrik called less dramatically after that. Letting go can be realizing that we are not the only source of awareness. We often feel responsible for making things known. At night, awareness is shared. We do not need to announce anything. Another story. In a forest where fallen leaves layered the ground, there lived a sweeper named Loma who cleared paths daily. She preferred neatness. One autumn, leaves fell faster than she could sweep. She stopped trying. People walked anyway. The leaves softened footsteps. Loma swept less often after that. Letting go can soften the way forward. Clean paths are not always kind paths. At night, softness supports rest. Another story comes. In a stone workshop where weights were balanced, there lived a calibrator named Veshin who adjusted scales precisely. He feared inaccuracy. One scale drifted slightly. Trade continued fairly. Veshin adjusted less obsessively. Letting go does not remove fairness. It removes anxiety. At night, balance does not need constant adjustment. We stay with this quiet movement. In a lakeside town where reflections changed hourly, there lived a painter named Hallett who tried to capture the exact surface of the water. He repainted the same scene again and again. One evening, tired, he painted only the light. The painting felt complete. Hallett stopped chasing exactness. Letting go can shift focus. When we stop capturing everything, what matters becomes clear. At night, details fade naturally. What remains is enough. Another story drifts in. In a high pass where wind carved the rock, there lived a carver named Roven, who refreshed trail signs constantly. He feared erosion. One season, signs wore down. Travelers followed the terrain instead. Roven refreshed fewer signs after that. Letting go can trust lived experience. We do not need constant reminders of where to go. At night, the body remembers how to rest. Another story. In a valley workshop where tools were stored neatly, there lived a keeper named Gemra who organized everything nightly. She feared losing order. One evening, she left tools as they were. Nothing went missing. Gemra slept earlier. Letting go can shorten the day. At night, tasks can end even if not perfectly finished. Another story. In a coastal town where tides erased footprints, there lived a walker named Taryn who tried to mark his path in the sand. Each mark disappeared. Eventually, he stopped marking. He walked freely. Letting go does not erase our presence. It removes the need to leave a trace. At night, presence does not need evidence. Another story comes softly. In a bell tower, where hours were marked loudly, there lived a ringer named Yavel, who struck the bell with force. He feared being ignored. One night, he rang softly. People still noticed. Yavel softened his ringing after that. Letting go can be gentler than expected. We often believe we must be loud to matter. At night, quiet carries far. Another story. In a forest hut where lanterns were trimmed nightly, there lived a woman named Soren who brightened every wick. She feared dimness. One wick burned low. It was enough. Soren trimmed less. Letting go can be recognizing sufficiency. Enough light is enough. At night, dimness is not failure. Another story arrives. In a mountain archive where stones marked histories, there lived a recorder named Evil who inscribed events carefully. He feared forgetting. One stone cracked with age. The story remained. Ivel wrote less urgently after that. Letting go does not erase memory. It allows memory to breathe. At night, memories loosen their edges. Another story. In a riverside mill where wheels turned steadily, there lived a miller named Corin who adjusted flow constantly. He feared inefficiency. One day, he let the wheel turn as it wished. It still ground grain. Corin adjusted less. Letting go can restore rhythm. Constant correction interrupts flow. At night, rhythm returns on its own. Another story. In a hill village where smoke curled from chimneys, there lived a fire tender named Balak who stirred embers constantly. He feared extinguishing. One night, he slept. The fire glowed. Balak stirred less after that. Letting go can trust what is already burning. At night, warmth holds without effort. Another story. In a coastal market where prices fluctuated, there lived a trader named Anril who watched numbers obsessively. He feared loss. One day, he stopped watching. Trade continued. Anril worried less. Letting go can ease the mind. Watching does not always protect. At night, the mind can rest from watching. Another story drifts through. In a mountain meadow where paths crossed, there lived a guide named Larek, who corrected travelers' steps constantly. He feared misdirection. One day, he listened instead. Travelers found their way. Larek spoke less. Letting go can trust shared navigation. We are not alone in finding rest. As the night deepens, the stories do not ask for attention. They drift, overlap, fade. If sleep has already come, nothing is interrupted. If listening continues, it does not need to continue intentionally. Letting go is already happening in the spaces between these words, in the pauses you may not notice, in the moments when the mind forgets to hold itself together. We remain here, not tightening around meaning, not gathering conclusions, allowing the night to do what it has always done, carry us gently, without effort, without demand, toward rest, toward release, toward nothing in particular that needs to be named. The night keeps offering itself. It does not need our agreement. It does not wait for readiness. It simply unfolds. And in that unfolding, what we were holding begins to slip from our hands without effort. We stay with this one quiet current, letting go, not approaching it directly, but allowing it to show itself in ordinary moments, in small releases that do not announce themselves. There is another story. In a long valley where wind moved steadily through tall grass, there lived a man named Arovan who repaired weather vanes. He believed that a vane should point exactly, without wavering. He climbed roofs often, tightening screws, adjusting angles. He wanted accuracy. Over time, he noticed that vanes fixed too firmly bent or broke in strong winds. Those with a little play survived. One afternoon, an elder named Quen passed by as Arovan worked. "You're fighting the wind," Quen said. "I'm guiding it," Arovan replied. Quen smiled. "The wind doesn't need guidance," he said. "It needs room." Arovan loosened his adjustment slightly. The vanes moved more freely. They lasted longer. Arovan climbed fewer roofs after that. Letting go often means allowing responsiveness instead of rigidity. We try to point ourselves precisely toward goals, toward plans, toward fixed identities. But the winds of life do not move in straight lines. At night, the wind moves freely through the mind. Thoughts shift direction. Images rise and fall. Letting go here is allowing movement without forcing orientation. The mind knows how to turn. Another story arrives softly. In a river town where lanterns were floated downstream during festivals, there lived a woman named Isrin who tied each lantern carefully. She feared they would drift apart too soon. During one festival, She tied them lightly. They floated, separated, regrouped. The river carried them anyway. Isrin stopped tying so tightly after that. Letting go does not mean losing connection. Connection can move. We often hold relationships, moments, even feelings, as if closeness requires tightness. At night, connection does not need to be held. It remains even as attention drifts. We continue. In a mountain shed where tools were sharpened daily, there lived a man named Doric who sharpened blades until they gleamed. He believed sharpness was safety. One day, a blade was left slightly dull. It cut cleanly, without slipping. Doric sharpened less aggressively after that. Letting go can be releasing excess preparation. We prepare for dangers that never arrive. At night, preparation can rest. Nothing needs to be sharpened now. Another story unfolds. In a coastal marsh where reeds bent with the tide, there lived a watcher named Pelrin who tried to mark water levels precisely. He measured constantly. One storm erased his markers. He watched the reeds instead. They told him what he needed to know. Pelrin measured less. Letting go can shift attention from numbers to signs. At night, signs are subtle. We do not need to measure how close sleep is. It comes without counting. Another story comes quietly. In a hillside village where smoke rose slowly at dusk, there lived a woman named Kivra, who closed shutters carefully each evening. She feared cold air. One night, she forgot. The room remained warm. Kivra closed less carefully after that. Letting go can reveal that protection was already there. We often guard against imagined discomfort. At night, comfort finds us quietly. Another story. In a stone courtyard where students practiced calligraphy, there lived a teacher named Osen who corrected every stroke. He believed precision taught discipline. One day, rain fell and blurred the ink. Students paused. Their next strokes were softer. The characters felt alive. Osen corrected less. Letting go can allow expression to breathe. Control flattens living things. At night, expression becomes dream. We do not need to guide it. Another story arrives. In a port town where cargo was weighed carefully, there lived a measurer named Lauren who feared imbalance. He adjusted loads repeatedly. One ship left slightly uneven. It sailed smoothly. Lauren trusted balance more than measurement after that. Letting go can trust natural equilibrium. At night, balance returns without effort. Another story. In a quiet glen where birds nested in old trees, there lived a caretaker named Fennel who tried to reinforce branches. he feared collapse. One branch broke, and birds nested elsewhere. Life continued. Fennel intervened less. Letting go can be trusting adaptation. Life moves around obstacles. At night, the mind adapts without guidance. Another story drifts in. In a mountain post where fires signaled messages, there lived a signaler named Breck who rehearsed responses constantly. He feared delay. One night, he responded late. The message still arrived. Breck rehearsed less. Letting go can soften urgency. Urgency keeps the mind awake. At night, nothing is urgent. Another story. In a coastal cave where echoes repeated endlessly, there lived a singer named Holland who tried to control resonance. He adjusted his voice carefully. One night, he sang freely. The echo carried him. Holland sang more freely after that. Letting go can trust the space around us. At night, space holds sound, holds breath, holds rest. Another story. In a riverside orchard where fruit fell naturally, there lived a picker named Joran who harvested early. He feared spoilage. One season, fruit fell ripe on its own. It tasted sweeter. Joran waited longer after that. Letting go can be patience without effort. At night, waiting is not waiting for anything. It is simply being here. Another story arrives. In a monastery stairway, where steps were worn smooth, there lived a cleaner named Cyril, who scrubbed constantly. He feared wear. One day, he stopped scrubbing. The steps remained safe. Cyril rested more. Letting go can accept wear as part of use. At night, tiredness is not damage. It is a sign of having lived the day. Another story. In a desert crossing where water skins were rationed, there lived a guide named Orvek who calculated every sip. He feared shortage. One day, rain fell unexpectedly. Orvek trusted less rigid calculation afterward. Letting go can accept unpredictability. The night is unpredictable too. We do not need to plan how sleep will come. Another story comes softly. In a lighthouse where gears were oiled daily, there lived a keeper named Veronel, who maintained constantly. He feared failure. One night, he skipped maintenance. The light shone. Veronel maintained less often. Letting go can trust systems already working. At night, the body knows how to sleep. Another story. In a hill town where stories were carved into stone, there lived a carver named Elth who refined every line. He feared roughness. One carving remained unfinished. People liked it. Elth stopped refining endlessly. Letting go can allow incompletion. At night, nothing needs to be finished. Another story. In a riverside shrine where offerings were placed daily, there lived a keeper named Kalin who arranged everything precisely. He feared disrespect. One day, offerings were left uneven. The space felt alive. Kalin arranged less rigidly after that. Letting go can allow sincerity without formality. At night, sincerity is simply being present. Another story drifts through. In a forest watch where paths branched often, there lived a guide named Relin who corrected every turn. He feared misdirection. One day, he followed silently. The group arrived. Relin spoke less. Letting go can be listening instead of leading. At night, listening is enough. Another story. In a mountain kiln where clay hardened slowly, there lived a potter named Navel who checked heat constantly. He feared cracking. One batch fired unattended. It held. Navel checked less. Letting go can trust time. Time knows how to pass. At night, time carries us. Another story arrives. In a high meadow where bells marked grazing time, there lived a herder named Sivena who rang early. She feared delay. One day, she rang late. Nothing went wrong. Sivena relaxed. Letting go can relax the grip on schedules. At night, schedules dissolve. Another story. In a stone hall where echoes lingered, there lived a speaker named Morin who practiced words carefully. He feared forgetting. One evening, he spoke simply. The room listened. Morin practiced less. Letting go can trust simplicity. At night, simple presence is enough. As the night continues, the stories may feel less distinct. That is not a loss. It is the shape of letting go. We are not meant to hold each thread. They weave themselves and then loosen again. If sleep has already taken you, these words fade harmlessly. If listening continues, it does not need direction. The night is doing what nights do, making space, softening edges, carrying what is heavy until it no longer needs to be carried. We remain here, quietly, without reaching, without finishing, allowing letting go to keep happening in the background, like a slow tide, unnoticed, and entirely sufficient. The night continues without asking. It does not check whether we are listening. It does not pause if attention drifts. It simply keeps moving. And in that movement, the need to hold on softens a little more. We remain with this one quiet theme: letting go. not as something to accomplish, but as something that reveals itself when effort grows tired. There is another story. In a broad plain where clouds cast slow-moving shadows, there lived a man named Yarek who measured rainfall. He kept jars lined up behind his home, each marked carefully. Every morning, he checked them, wrote numbers, compared days. He believed the numbers helped him understand the land. One year, rain became irregular, heavy one week, absent the next. Yarek measured more often, hoping the numbers would explain the change. They did not. One afternoon, a shepherd named Neris stopped by. "You watch the sky a lot," Neris said. "I'm trying to understand it," Yarek replied. Neris nodded. "I stopped trying," he said. "I just look up when I need to know if I'm getting wet." Yarek laughed. But that night he did not check the jars. He slept through the rain. The land still drank. The seasons still turned. Yarek continued measuring, but he stopped believing the numbers could hold the weather. Letting go does not mean abandoning curiosity. It means releasing the belief that everything can be explained in advance. At night, the mind looks for reasons. Why this thought? Why this feeling? Why wakefulness now? Letting go here is allowing mystery to remain mysterious. Sleep does not arrive because we understand it. Another story arrives gently. In a riverside village where boats were painted each spring, there lived a woman named Lessa who repainted her boat constantly. She feared fading. She touched up scratches, refreshed colors, polished the wood. Other boats showed wear. They floated anyway. One season, illness kept Lessa from repainting. Her boat weathered slightly. It still carried her. She painted less after that. Letting go can be accepting wear. We fear that signs of use mean something is failing. At night, tiredness is simply evidence that the day was lived. Nothing needs to be restored right now. Another story unfolds. In a hillside chapel, where candles were lit each evening, there lived a caretaker named Briven, who replaced candles early. He feared darkness. One evening, a candle burned lower than usual. The room was dimmer, quieter. People sat longer. Briven replaced candles later after that. Letting go can allow dimness. Brightness demands attention. Dimness invites rest. At night, dimness is natural. Another story drifts in. In a stone yard where markers were engraved, there lived a carver named Tovanes who corrected each letter repeatedly. He feared mistakes would last forever. One marker was left imperfect. People read it easily. The message remained: Tavanis corrected less after that. Letting go can be trusting understanding. Not everything needs perfect form to be received. At night, thoughts do not need clear sentences. Another story. In a wind corridor where flags marked direction, there lived a keeper named Halor who replaced flags constantly. He feared confusion. One day, no flags flew. Travelers watched the grass. They moved well. Halor trusted signs less and attention more. Letting go can mean trusting perception. We do not need constant signals. At night, the body perceives when it is time to rest. Another story arrives. In a mountain well where water echoed softly, there lived a woman named Kira who checked the level each day. She feared drying. One summer, she stopped checking. The well did not vanish. Kira worried less afterward. Letting go can be releasing constant monitoring. Monitoring keeps the mind awake. At night, the well is deep enough. Another story. In a coastal path where stones were placed to guide walkers, there lived a placer named Joranel, who straightened each stone. He feared missteps. One storm scattered them. Walkers slowed. No one fell. Joranel aligned less strictly after that. Letting go can slow movement safely. At night, slowing is not dangerous. Another story comes softly. In a mountain village where stories were told by firelight, there lived a teller named Arvek, who repeated details carefully. He feared forgetting. One night, he skipped details. Listeners leaned closer. Arvek trusted the space after that. Letting go can deepen attention. At night, fewer details allow rest. Another story. In a river, crossing where ropes guided ferries, there lived a guide named Solren, who tightened them constantly. He feared drift. One crossing used looser ropes. The ferry moved smoothly. Solren loosened more often. Letting go can allow flow. Resistance creates strain. At night, flow carries us. Another story arrives. In a mountain garden where frost came early, there lived a grower named Vesha who covered plants nightly. She feared cold. One night, she forgot. The plants survived. Vesha covered less after that. Letting go can trust resilience. Not everything is as fragile as we think. At night, the body is resilient. Another story. In a stone tower where bells were rung to mark time, there lived a ringer named Elrin who watched the clock constantly. He feared being late. One night, the bell rang late. The village slept on. Elrin watched less. Letting go can be allowing timing to soften. At night, exactness fades. Another story comes gently. In a forest camp where fires were built nightly, there lived a tender named Mirov who stacked wood precisely. He feared collapse. One fire was stacked loosely. It burned evenly. Mirov stacked less rigidly after that. Letting go can be discovering balance without control. At night, balance does not require arrangement. Another story. In a mountain archive where maps were stored, there lived a keeper named Dorel who updated routes constantly. He feared being outdated. One map was left unchanged. Travelers still arrived. Dorel updated less often. Letting go can accept that usefulness does not depend on constant revision. At night, nothing needs updating. Another story arrives. In a coastal lookout where storms were predicted, there lived a watcher named Naral who scanned the horizon constantly. He feared surprise. One storm passed quietly. Naral rested more after that. Letting go can release imagined threats. At night, the horizon does not need watching. Another story. In a hillside workshop where wheels were repaired, there lived a maker named Calvin who tested each wheel repeatedly. He feared wobble. One wheel left untested. It rolled well. Calvin tested less. Letting go can be trusting what has already been made. At night, we are already made enough. Another story drifts through. In a riverbank shrine where offerings were refreshed daily, there lived a keeper named Sareth who replaced them carefully. He feared neglect. One day, offerings were left longer. The space felt unchanged. Sareth replaced less often. Letting go can relax obligation. At night, obligations rest. Another story. In a mountain lodge where guests came and went, there lived a host named Belira who prepared extensively. She feared being unready. One guest arrived early. Everything was fine. Belira prepared less. Letting go can be trusting readiness. At night, readiness is simply being here. Another story arrives quietly. In a stone bridge town where arches were inspected regularly, there lived an inspector named Coronel who feared cracks. He checked daily. One day, he missed a check. The bridge held. Coronel checked less. Letting go can be trusting stability. At night, stability does not need proving. Another story. In a hillside field where scarecrows were placed, there lived a farmer named Yelvin who moved them constantly. He feared birds. One field was left without. The harvest remained. Yelvin moved fewer scarecrows after that. Letting go can reduce unnecessary defense. At night, nothing needs guarding. Another story comes softly. In a coastal room where winds whistled through shutters, there lived a sleeper named Raphael who blocked every sound. He feared disturbance. One night, a shutter remained open. He slept deeply. Raphael blocked less afterward. Letting go can allow the world to be present. At night, presence does not disturb rest. Another story? In a mountain trail, where signs were repainted often, there lived a painter named Omen who feared fading. One sign faded. Travelers still found the way. Omen repainted less. Letting go can trust shared memory. At night, memory works quietly. Another story drifts in. In a river workshop where boats were caulked daily, there lived a caulker named Lethan who feared leaks. One day, he skipped a seam. The boat floated. Lethan rested more. Letting go can trust what is already holding. At night, we are already held. As the night deepens further, the stories may feel like one long story. That is not confusion. It is continuity. Letting go is not a single moment. It is a gradual easing, a steady release that does not need to be noticed. If sleep has already come, these words pass without effort. If listening remains, it remains gently. There is nothing to finish, nothing to carry forward. The night will continue on its own, and so will letting go, quietly, patiently, doing its work without asking for attention, as naturally as darkness giving way to rest. The night is still generous. It does not grow impatient with repetition. It does not require novelty. It allows the same understanding to arrive again and again in slightly different ways, until effort loosens without being told to. We remain with this one quiet theme: letting go, not as something we practice, but as something that keeps happening when nothing interferes. There is another story. In a narrow canyon where sound echoed long after it was made, there lived a man named Ruvik who carved stone steps. He believed each step should be the same height, the same depth, perfectly measured. He checked constantly. He corrected often. Travelers praised the steps, but they walked stiffly, always watching their feet. One season, a landslide shifted part of the path. Several steps became uneven. Ruvik rushed to repair them, but rain came first, then more rockfall. Travelers continued using the path anyway. They slowed. They adjusted their stride. They leaned into the stone. When Ruvik finally returned to the steps, he noticed fewer slips than before. He stopped correcting every difference. Letting go does not make the path disappear. It changes how we walk. So much of our tension comes from trying to move smoothly through something that is uneven by nature. At night, the path through the mind is not level. Thoughts rise and fall. Images interrupt. Sleep approaches, then retreats. Letting go is allowing the stride to change instead of forcing the ground to be flat. Another story arrives. In a hillside settlement where goats wandered freely, there lived a woman named Amira who tied bells to their necks. She believed knowing where they were kept them safe. The bells rang constantly, day and night. Amira slept lightly, always listening. One evening, a bell broke. One goat moved silently. Nothing happened. The goat returned in the morning. Amira replaced fewer bells after that. Letting go can be releasing constant confirmation. We listen for signs that everything is still okay. We scan for reassurance. At night, this scanning keeps the mind awake. Letting go here is allowing silence without interpreting it as loss. We continue. In a river workshop where oars were shaped, there lived a maker named Halrek who tested balance obsessively. He feared uneven pull. One oar left slightly heavier than the other. The boat still crossed the river. Halrek trusted the rower more after that. Letting go can mean trusting skill instead of perfect tools. At night, we do not need ideal conditions to rest. The body knows how to sleep even when things are not balanced. Another story unfolds. In a coastal watchtower where fog often rolled in, there lived a keeper named Sioran who rang a horn whenever visibility dropped. He feared ships running aground. One night, fog arrived quietly. He did not ring. Ships slowed on their own. Sioran rang less after that. Letting go can be trusting natural adjustment. We often believe that without our intervention, everything will go wrong. At night, the body adjusts on its own. Breath slows, muscles release, sleep comes when it comes. Another story comes softly. In a desert outpost where water was precious, there lived a woman named Javel who measured consumption carefully. She feared waste. One night, she miscalculated. Water remained. Javel measured less rigidly afterward. Letting go can be noticing abundance where we expected shortage. At night, rest may be more available than we think. Another story. In a forest where paths crossed and recrossed, there lived a ranger named Othel who marked every intersection. He feared people getting lost. One storm removed many markers. People followed the land. They arrived. Othel replaced fewer signs. Letting go can trust intuition. At night, Intuition guides the drift into sleep. We do not need directions. Another story arrives. In a stone monastery where chants were timed precisely, there lived a bellkeeper named Kirill who worried about exactness. He counted beats carefully. One evening, he miscounted. The chant flowed anyway. Kirill counted less after that. Letting go does not break harmony. It allows it to breathe. At night, rhythm returns when counting stops. Another story. In a coastal vineyard where wind shaped the vines, there lived a grower named Pavan who tied each vine tightly. He feared bending. One vine loosened, moved with the wind, and grew stronger. Pavan loosened his ties. Letting go can allow strength to develop naturally. At night, the mind grows strong by resting, not by holding itself rigid. Another story comes gently. In a mountain hamlet where snow fell deep, there lived a pathkeeper named Relka who shoveled early and often. She feared accumulation. One night, she rested. Snow fell quietly. People walked slower. No one complained. Relka rested more often. Letting go can allow shared patience. At night, patience replaces urgency. Another story. In a river archive where histories were recorded, there lived a scribe named Velon who rewrote entries to improve clarity. He feared confusion. One entry remained rough. It was understood. Velon rewrote less. Letting go can accept rough edges. At night, clarity does not require polish. Another story arrives. In a market square where stalls were arranged precisely, there lived a coordinator named Naris who corrected placement constantly. He feared disorder. One market opened without correction. Trade flowed. Naris intervened less. Letting go does not create chaos. It often reveals order already present. At night, the mind organizes itself. Another story. In a hillside mill, where grain was poured steadily, there lived a worker named Arlen who adjusted flow constantly. He feared overflow. One evening, he stopped adjusting. The mill ran smoothly. Arlen adjusted less. Letting go can restore smoothness. At night, smoothness returns when we stop interfering. Another story comes softly. In a coastal stairway where steps were worn by salt air, there lived a repairer named Joran who replaced steps frequently. He feared weakness. One step was left worn. It held. Joran replaced less. Letting go can accept wear as stability. At night, tiredness does not mean collapse. Another story. In a forest camp where watches were kept, there lived a guard named Selric who stayed alert, even when nothing stirred. He feared surprise. One night, he slept briefly. Nothing happened. Selric slept more after that. Letting go can trust quiet. The night is not waiting to catch us off guard. Another story arrives. In a stone bridge town where arches were admired, there lived a mason named Orvek who reinforced joints constantly. He feared cracks. One arch stood without reinforcement. It held. Orvek reinforced less. Letting go can trust what has endured. At night, we can trust what has already carried us through many days. Another story. In a coastal shed where sails were folded, there lived a woman named Kessa who folded perfectly. She feared wrinkles. One sail was folded loosely. It worked. Kessa folded more gently. Letting go can be gentle. Gentleness is not negligence. At night, gentleness supports sleep. Another story comes quietly. In a mountain observatory where time was tracked by stars, there lived a watcher named Harrell who stayed awake nightly. He feared missing changes. One cloudy night, he slept. The stars returned. Harrell slept more. Letting go does not stop the world. It stops exhaustion. Another story. In a riverside town where bridges were swept daily, there lived a cleaner named Miven who feared debris. One day, he skipped sweeping. The bridge remained passable. Miven skipped more often. Letting go can simplify the day. At night, simplification continues naturally. Another story arrives. In a forest edge, where fires were built for warmth, there lived a builder named Tarek who layered wood carefully. He feared uneven burn. One fire was built casually. It burned well. Tarek layered less rigidly. Letting go can trust warmth. At night, warmth does not need engineering. Another story. In a hillside shrine where lamps were lit in sequence, there lived a keeper named Elvar who feared disruption. One lamp was lit late. The shrine glowed anyway. Elvar worried less. Letting go can accept imperfection. At night, imperfection is not noticed. As the night continues, it may feel as though nothing new is happening. That is part of the teaching. Letting go does not arrive with fanfare. It arrives as the absence of struggle. If attention drifts, that is letting go. If thoughts repeat, that is letting go. If sleep comes and goes, that too is letting go. There is nothing to complete, nothing to master, nothing to carry forward. The night does not expect understanding. It offers rest. And rest, quietly, does the work that effort cannot. The night is still with us. It has not changed its tone. It has not asked for anything new. It simply continues, and in that continuing, the habit of holding keeps loosening without needing to be named. We remain with this single theme, letting go, returning to it the way the tide returns to shore, not to accomplish something, but because that is its nature. There is another story. In a long mountain corridor, where wind passed through stone arches, there lived a woman named Dariel who maintained the echo stones. These stones were placed so that sounds would travel clearly, guiding travelers through fog. Dariel listened constantly. If an echo sounded faint or uneven, she adjusted the stones. Over time, she became tense. Even in her sleep, she listened. One season, heavy rain shifted several stones overnight. The echoes changed. Travelers still passed through. They slowed, listened more carefully, and called to one another. Dariel noticed that fewer people became lost. She adjusted the stones less after that. Letting go can mean allowing others to listen for themselves. We often feel responsible for making everything clear. At night, clarity does not come from effort. It comes from slowing down enough to hear what is already there. Another story arrives quietly. In a coastal plain where salt grass bent low, there lived a man named Errol, who marked boundaries with tall posts. He believed clear borders prevented conflict. Each year, the sea crept closer. Posts leaned or disappeared. Errol replaced them constantly. One year, he stopped. People adjusted. Boundaries shifted naturally with the land. Disputes did not increase. Errol rested more. Letting go does not erase structure. It allows structure to move with reality. At night, old boundaries soften. The line between thought and dream blurs. We do not need to enforce separation. Another story comes. In a forest where streams braided and rejoined, there lived a waterkeeper named Selma, who tried to keep channels straight. She feared flooding. She cleared debris, redirected flow. One season, she fell ill and rested. The streams curved again. The forest absorbed the water better. Selma redirected less after that. Letting go can restore natural paths. We straighten our days, our thoughts, our identities. At night, the mind curves back toward rest. We do not need to guide it. Another story unfolds. In a hill town where bells marked meals, there lived a cook named Bronek who rang early. He feared hunger. One evening, he rang late. People ate anyway. Bronek rang less urgently after that. Letting go can soften urgency. Hunger passes, sleep arrives. At night, nothing is urgent. Another story drifts in. In a stone workshop where wheels were aligned, there lived a woman named Kaylin who adjusted constantly. She feared wobble. One wheel ran slightly uneven. It carried weight well. Kaylin adjusted less. Letting go does not remove function. It removes strain. At night, strain is what keeps us awake. Another story arrives gently. In a mountain chapel where prayers were whispered, there lived a listener named Orson who strained to hear every word. He feared missing meaning. One night, he relaxed his listening. The prayers still reached him. Orson strained less after that. Letting go can trust presence. We do not need to catch every word to be part of what is happening. At night, words fade. Presence remains. Another story. In a riverside dock where ropes were coiled neatly, there lived a keeper named Malren, who coiled and recoiled them nightly. He feared tangles. One night, he left them as they were. They worked fine. Malren went home earlier. Letting go can shorten the day. At night, work does not need to follow us. Another story comes softly. In a snowy upland where markers guided travelers, there lived a woman named Isera who replaced markers daily. She feared snow would hide them. One storm erased everything. Travelers waited. They arrived safely later. Isera replaced fewer markers after that. Letting go can allow waiting. Waiting is not failure. At night, waiting is rest. Another story unfolds. In a coastal orchard where trees leaned with wind, there lived a pruner named Phelan who cut aggressively. He feared imbalance. One tree was left unpruned. It bore fruit. Phelan pruned less. Letting go can trust growth. At night, growth happens unseen. Another story arrives. In a stone courtyard where fountains flowed, there lived a caretaker named Ronell who adjusted valves constantly. He feared waste. One valve was left alone. The fountain flowed steadily. Ronald adjusted less. Letting go can allow steadiness. Steadiness does not require supervision. At night, the body knows its rhythm. Another story comes gently. In a forest edge village where fires were kept low, there lived a watcher named Tavel who stirred embers constantly. He feared extinguishing. One night, he slept. The embers glowed. Tavel slept more often. Letting go can trust quiet heat. At night, warmth remains without effort. Another story. In a mountain storehouse where supplies were counted, there lived a keeper named Norel who counted nightly. He feared shortage. One night he did not count. Nothing changed. Norel counted less. Letting go can trust sufficiency. At night, enough is already here. Another story drifts in. In a coastal cliff path where rails were reinforced, there lived a builder named Hasten who tightened bolts constantly. He feared looseness. One bolt was left slightly loose. The rail flexed and held. Hasten tightened less. Letting go can allow flexibility. Flexibility prevents breaking. At night, flexibility allows sleep. Another story arrives quietly. In a desert way station, where lamps were trimmed, there lived a keeper named Ulra who trimmed early. She feared darkness. One lamp burned low. It guided well. Ulra trimmed later after that. Letting go can accept dim light. Dim light is not danger. At night, dimness is comfort. Another story. In a river school where lessons were repeated, there lived a teacher named Piran who drilled constantly. He feared forgetting. One day, he paused. Students remembered. Piran paused more. Letting go can trust learning. At night, learning becomes assimilation. Another story comes. In a hillside pasture where gates were checked nightly, there lived a farmer named Kovan who feared escape. One gate was left unlatched. Nothing escaped. Kovan checked less. Letting go can reduce fear. At night, fear dissolves when not fed. Another story arrives. In a stone bridge village where steps echoed, there lived a listener named Arvek who listened for cracks. He feared collapse. One night, he did not listen. The bridge stood. Arvek listened less. Letting go can trust endurance. At night, we can trust what has carried us so far. Another story. In a forest clearing where rituals were prepared, there lived a helper named Lyrsa who arranged everything precisely. She feared disrespect. One ritual was imperfect. It felt sincere. Lyrsa arranged more simply after that. Letting go can reveal sincerity. At night, sincerity is simply being. Another story drifts through. In a mountain kiln where clay rested, there lived a watcher named Iman who checked heat constantly. He feared cracking. One firing was left alone. The clay held. Iman checked less. Letting go can trust time and process. At night, time carries us. Another story arrives softly. In a riverside path where lanterns were spaced evenly, there lived a lighter named Sorrel, who feared unevenness. One lantern was placed far apart. People adjusted. Sorrel spaced less rigidly. Letting go can trust adjustment. At night, adjustment happens naturally. Another story. In a coastal tower where bells warned of storms, there lived a ringer named Valak, who rang early. He feared being late. One storm passed quietly. Valak rang less. Letting go can quiet anticipation. At night, anticipation dissolves. As the night continues, these stories no longer ask to be followed. They arrive, rest briefly, and leave. That is enough. If sleep has already taken hold, there is nothing to return to. If listening remains, it does not need to remain alert. Letting go is not a moment we reach. It is a gradual easing that happens when we stop checking whether it has happened yet. The night knows how to finish itself. We do not need to help it. We can remain here, quietly, loosely, allowing whatever is still awake to soften, and whatever is already sleeping to deepen, as letting go continues on its own, without instruction, without effort, as naturally as night becoming rest. The night has settled into itself. It no longer feels like something we are entering. It feels like something we are already inside, and inside it, the effort to keep things arranged keeps falling away, layer by layer, without needing to be removed. We stay with this one quiet movement, letting go, not advancing it, not deepening it on purpose, simply allowing it to keep happening in the background of listening. There is another story. In a broad river basin where silt gathered after every flood, there lived a man named Challoner who cleared channels. He believed water should move cleanly and quickly. After each flood, he worked for days, digging, redirecting, restoring the river to its previous shape. The river thanked him for a time, then it flooded again. Each year, the work became heavier. Challoner grew tired. One season, illness kept him from clearing the channels. The silt remained. Water slowed. The river spread gently across the basin. Fields stayed moist longer. Flooding lessened. When Challoner returned to the river, he did less. The river did not need to be returned to yesterday. Letting go is often releasing the idea that things must go back to how they were. We carry this idea quietly. That rest means returning to a former state. That peace means undoing what happened. At night, the mind does not go backward. It settles forward into something new, something unfinished. Letting go here is allowing the day to be complete without being erased. Another story drifts in. In a hillside town where clocks were repaired, there lived a woman named Brella who adjusted pendulums. She believed time should move evenly. She corrected swings that were too fast, too slow. One clock resisted her efforts. Its swing varied slightly, but it kept time well. Brella watched it for days. She realized that the clock adjusted itself with changes in temperature, with humidity, with wear. She interfered less after that. Letting go can be trusting self-correction. We often try to regulate ourselves, our mood, our attention, our rest. At night, regulation happens without supervision. Sleep is not something we regulate into being. It arrives when we stop adjusting. Another story comes quietly. In a coastal inlet, where tides shifted sandbars nightly, there lived a navigator named Selrin, who marked safe passages with stakes. Each morning, he replaced the ones that had moved. One morning, he noticed boats moving safely without the stakes. The sailors read the water itself. Selrin marked less. Letting go can mean trusting direct experience over guidance. At night, we do not need instructions for resting. The body knows how. Another story unfolds. In a forest where wood was seasoned carefully, there lived a cutter named Haver who stacked logs in perfect rows. He feared uneven drying. One stack collapsed slightly. The wood dried evenly anyway. Haver stacked less carefully after that. Letting go can be releasing the fear that disorder always leads to failure. At night, thoughts scatter. Sleep still comes. Another story arrives. In a mountain town, where lanterns were dimmed gradually at dusk, there lived a keeper named Orlin, who controlled the timing precisely. He feared darkness arriving too fast. One evening, clouds rolled in early. The town dimmed quickly. People adjusted. Orlin dimmed less carefully after that. Letting go can be allowing the light to change without managing it. At night, light fades on its own. We do not need to follow it. Another story comes softly. In a riverbank workshop, where boats were painted with protective oils, there lived a woman named Vessa who reapplied oil frequently. She feared rot. One boat was left untreated longer. It aged, but it remained sound. Vessa oiled less often. Letting go can be accepting natural aging. At night, the body shows its age quietly. Nothing needs to be fixed now. Another story. In a stone courtyard where children practiced balance, there lived an instructor named Yorim, who corrected posture constantly. He feared falls. One day, he stopped correcting. Children balanced more easily. Joram spoke less. Letting go can be trusting innate balance. At night, balance does not need guidance. Another story drifts in. In a coastal watch where waves were counted to predict storms, there lived a watcher named Kirith who counted tirelessly. He feared being surprised. One night, he lost count. The sea remained calm. Kirith counted less after that. Letting go can be releasing vigilance that no longer serves. At night, vigilance fades naturally. Another story arrives. In a hillside village where bread was baked daily, there lived a baker named Naral who timed everything precisely. He feared inconsistency. One batch baked a little longer. It tasted better. Niril relaxed his timing. Letting go can allow depth. Precision can be shallow. Depth comes from patience. At night, depth arrives without effort. Another story comes quietly. In a mountain pass where winds howled unpredictably, there lived a guide named Salvek who shouted warnings constantly. He feared silence. One day, he listened instead. Travelers heard the wind. Salvek warned less. Letting go can allow the world to speak for itself. At night, the world speaks softly. Another story. In a river town where docks creaked at night, there lived a caretaker named Aurelis who tightened planks often. He feared noise meant danger. One night, he did nothing. The dock held. Aurelis tightened less. Letting go can accept noise without interpreting it as threat. At night, sounds arise and pass. They do not require response. Another story arrives. In a forest monastery where robes were folded nightly, there lived a novice named Renan who folded perfectly. He feared disrespect. One night, he folded quickly. Nothing changed. Renan folded more simply after that. Letting go can simplify devotion. At night, sincerity does not need form. Another story drifts in. In a coastal cliff path where rails were checked daily, there lived an inspector named Helor who feared corrosion. One rail was left unchecked. It held. Helor checked less. Letting go can trust endurance. At night, endurance is not tested. Another story comes softly. In a mountain lodge where fires were banked carefully, there lived a keeper named Terrace who adjusted embers repeatedly. He feared they would go out. One night, he slept. The fire remained. Terrace slept more often. Letting go can trust what continues on its own. At night, warmth continues. Another story. In a riverside field where scare lines were hung to deter birds, there lived a farmer named Belrin who adjusted them daily. He feared loss. One line fell. The field was fine. Belrin adjusted less. Letting go can reduce unnecessary defense. At night, nothing needs protecting. Another story arrives. In a stone hall where echoes lingered, there lived a speaker named Molik who tested acoustics repeatedly. He feared his voice would not carry. One night, he spoke softly. The hall listened. Molik spoke more gently after that. Letting go can trust quiet power. At night, quiet is enough. Another story comes gently. In a hillside orchard where fruit ripened unevenly, there lived a picker named Irvin who harvested early to ensure uniformity. One tree was left alone. Its fruit ripened fully. Irvin waited longer after that. Letting go can be waiting without anxiety. At night, waiting is rest. Another story. In a mountain archive where scrolls were repaired frequently, there lived a caretaker named Silent who feared decay. One scroll aged naturally. It was still read. Silent repaired less urgently. Letting go can trust continuity. At night, memory continues quietly. Another story drifts through. In a coastal stairway, where steps were smoothed daily, there lived a polisher named Jarek who feared roughness. One step was left alone. It was safe. Jarek polished less. Letting go can accept texture. At night, texture fades. Another story arrives. In a forest watch, where fires were watched through the night, there lived a watcher named Corin who stayed alert long after danger passed. One night, he rested. The forest slept. Corin rested more. Letting go can trust peace. At night, peace does not need guarding. Another story. In a river school, where lessons were reviewed nightly, there lived a student named Lavelle who rehearsed constantly. He feared forgetting. One night, he slept. He remembered. Lavelle rehearsed less. Letting go can trust integration. At night, learning settles. Another story comes softly. In a mountain kiln where pottery cooled slowly, there lived a potter named Darren who checked constantly. He feared cracking. One batch cooled unattended. It held. Darren checked less. Letting go can trust cooling. At night, the body cools naturally. As the night continues, the distinction between story and silence begins to blur. That is not a problem to solve. It is the movement we are describing. Letting go does not remove content. It softens its edges until it no longer demands attention. If sleep has arrived, these words pass by unnoticed. If listening remains, it remains gently, without grasping. The night does not need us to carry it forward. It knows how to continue. And so does letting go. The night is deep now. Not deep in a dramatic way, but in the way a lake is deep quiet on the surface, holding many layers underneath, none of them asking to be explored. We remain within this same gentle current, letting go, not pressing forward, not circling back, simply allowing what is already loosening to continue loosening at its own pace. There is another story. In a wide plateau where stone markers guided caravans, there lived a man named Theral who realigned the markers after every season. He believed direction should never be ambiguous. He straightened stones, cleared sand, corrected angles. Travelers trusted his work. Over time, Theral noticed his own body stiffening. His back tightened. His sleep grew shallow. One winter, heavy snow buried the markers entirely. Theral could not reach them for weeks. When spring came, travelers returned safely. They had read the slope of the land, the curve of the hills, the way the wind moved. Theral replaced fewer markers after that. Letting go can mean trusting what lies beneath guidance. We often believe we must keep pointing, keep clarifying, keep directing. At night, direction is not needed. The mind knows how to drift without signposts. Another story arrives quietly. In a riverside town where reflections shimmered endlessly, there lived a woman named Aloran who polished mirrors. She believed clarity came from removing every mark. She polished until her hands ached. The mirrors shone. One evening, rain left faint streaks on the glass. She did not notice until morning. Looking through the glass, the world appeared softer, more forgiving. Aloran polished less after that. Letting go does not remove clarity. It changes its quality. We often want sharpness. The night prefers softness. Softness allows rest. Another story unfolds. In a mountain village where ropes were woven for climbing, there lived a rope maker named Kaishan, who tightened each strand with great force. He feared weakness. His ropes were strong but stiff. One rope was woven with less tension by mistake. It flexed and held better on the rock. Keshin changed his method. Letting go does not make things fragile. It makes them adaptable. At night, adaptability is what allows sleep to arrive, even when the day was uneven. Another story comes gently. In a forest clearing where paths overlapped, there lived a guide named Aurelia, who corrected travelers' routes constantly. She believed efficiency mattered most. One day, she followed instead of leading. The group arrived later. but calmer. Aurelia spoke less afterward. Letting go can allow the journey to be part of the arrival. At night, the journey into sleep does not need to be efficient. Another story drifts in. In a coastal village where sails were dyed bright colors, there lived a dyer named Marin, who insisted on uniform hues. She feared uneven dye would look careless. One batch emerged with varied tones. Sailors preferred it. Marin relaxed her standards. Letting go can reveal character. Uniformity can hide life. At night, dreams do not follow one color. Another story arrives. In a stone observatory where shadows marked time, there lived a watcher named Rivel who adjusted the markers daily. He feared drift. One day, clouds obscured the shadows. Time passed anyway. Rivel adjusted less after that. Letting go can accept that time does not need watching. At night, time passes without assistance. Another story comes softly. In a hillside barn where animals rested, there lived a caretaker named Javan who checked doors repeatedly. He feared escape. One night he forgot. Everything remained. Javan slept more deeply afterward. Letting go can quiet the habit of checking. At night, checking keeps us awake. Another story unfolds. In a river, crossing where stepping stones were arranged carefully, there lived a stone setter named Luro, who corrected alignment constantly. He feared slipping. A flood shifted the stones. People crossed more slowly. No one fell. Luro corrected less after that. Letting go can slow us safely. At night, slowing is not danger. It is invitation. Another story arrives. In a forest hall where echoes were tested, there lived a listener named Fenric who clapped often to check sound. He feared dullness. One day, he stopped testing. The hall still carried voices. Fenric listened without testing. Letting go can be trusting what already resonates. At night, the body resonates with rest. Another story drifts in. In a mountain workshop where bells were cast, there lived a caster named Solon who refined molds repeatedly. He feared imperfections. One bell cooled with a slight irregularity. Its tone was warm. Solon refined less after that. Letting go can allow warmth. At night, warmth matters more than precision. Another story comes gently. In a coastal watch where lanterns were aligned in straight lines, there lived a lighter named Cora who corrected spacing constantly. She feared confusion. One lantern drifted slightly. People adjusted easily. Cora spaced less rigidly after that. Letting go can trust adjustment. At night, adjustment happens without thought. Another story unfolds. In a mountain field where irrigation channels were carved, there lived a farmer named Brunel who straightened channels yearly. He feared inefficiency. One channel curved naturally. The field watered evenly. Brunel carved less. Letting go can follow the land. At night, the mind follows its own contours. Another story arrives. In a quiet port where ships rested at anchor, there lived a harbor master named Tovin who checked lines constantly. He feared drift. One night, he rested. The ships held. Tovin checked less afterward. Letting go can trust what is already anchored. At night, we are anchored more than we think. Another story comes softly. In a mountain kitchen where soup simmered, there lived a cook named Ural who stirred constantly. He feared burning. One pot was left alone. It simmered evenly. Ural stirred less. Letting go can allow evenness. At night, evenness returns when effort stops. Another story drifts in. In a riverside village, where steps were scrubbed daily, there lived a cleaner named Navalin, who feared moss. He scrubbed tirelessly. One step grew mossy. It was still safe. Navalin scrubbed less. Letting go can accept nature's softness. At night, softness is welcome. Another story arrives. In a forest watchtower where smoke signals were practiced, there lived a signaler named Pyrek who rehearsed often. He feared forgetting. One night he did not rehearse. Nothing was lost. Pyrek rehearsed less. Letting go can rest preparation. At night, preparation dissolves. Another story comes gently. In a hillside village where bells marked gatherings, there lived a ringer named Kaller who rang loudly. He feared being unheard. One evening, he rang softly. People came. Kaller rang more gently after that. Letting go can trust quiet strength. At night, quiet carries far. Another story unfolds. In a coastal shed where nets were dried, there lived a mender named Arson who repaired every knot immediately. He feared unraveling. One knot was left. The net held. Arson repaired less urgently. Letting go can reduce urgency. At night, urgency fades naturally. Another story arrives. In a mountain hall where steps echoed, there lived a walker named Ballas who timed his steps evenly. He feared uneven rhythm. One night, he walked without timing. The hall felt calm. Baileys stopped timing. Letting go can allow natural rhythm. At night, rhythm returns on its own. Another story comes softly. In a riverside school where lessons were reviewed nightly. There lived a learner named Sarin, who studied before sleep. He feared forgetting. One night, he slept early. He understood better the next day. Sarin studied less at night. Letting go can trust rest to complete learning. At night, understanding settles quietly. Another story unfolds. In a mountain kiln where glazes cooled, there lived a glazer named Orith who checked constantly. He feared flaws. One batch cooled unattended. The glaze settled beautifully. Orith checked less. Letting go can trust cooling. At night, the body cools into sleep. Another story arrives. In a coastal village where weather flags were raised, there lived a watcher named Kelvin who watched the horizon constantly. He feared surprise. One evening, he sat down. The sea remained calm. Kelvin sat more often after that. Letting go can sit down inside the mind. At night, sitting down is enough. As the night continues, the stories no longer need to be distinct. They are like ripples, overlapping, fading into one another. Nothing needs to be remembered. Nothing needs to be sorted. If sleep has already arrived, it carries these words lightly, or not at all. If listening continues, it does so without effort. Letting go is not something we do at the end. It is what happens when we stop trying to arrive anywhere else. And the night, patient and wide, continues to hold us without asking us to hold it back. The night has become familiar now. Not familiar in the way a room is familiar, but in the way darkness itself feels familiar once the eyes stop searching for shapes. We remain inside this one quiet teaching, letting go, not as a topic we revisit, but as a condition that keeps spreading where effort has grown tired of itself. There is another story. In a wide marsh, where wooden walkways crossed shallow water, there lived a woman named Sariel, who replaced broken planks. She believed the walkways should always feel solid, unchanging beneath the feet. Each season, water rose and fell, wood swelled, warped, and dried again. Sariel replaced planks quickly, sometimes before they fully cracked. She wanted certainty. One year, supplies arrived late. Several warped planks remained. People walked more slowly. They noticed where they stepped. No one fell. Sariel replaced fewer planks after that. Letting go can invite attentiveness where certainty once lived. When everything feels solid, we move without noticing. At night, when certainty fades, attention softens. We do not need firm ground to rest. We need permission to slow. Another story drifts in. In a mountain town where echoes carried far, there lived a caller named Virel who tested his voice each morning. He feared losing strength. He shouted into the valley, listened for the return. One morning, his voice sounded hoarse. He rested. The next day, it returned on its own. Virel tested less often. Letting go can be resting the voice that keeps proving itself. At night, the inner voice grows quiet when it is no longer tested. Silence does not mean loss. Another story unfolds. In a riverside orchard, where branches dipped low with fruit, there lived a picker named Havel, who supported each limb with careful ties. He feared breaking. One storm loosened many ties. Branches bent and rose again. The trees survived. Havel tied less after that. Letting go can allow bending instead of breaking. At night, the mind bends toward dreams. We do not need to brace it. Another story comes softly. In a stone hall where lamps were cleaned nightly, there lived a keeper named Orsa, who polished until glass shone perfectly. She feared dimness. One evening, she left early. A lamp remained dusty. The light was softer, easier to sit with. Orsa polished less. Letting go can soften light. Sharp brightness keeps us awake. The night prefers gentle glow. Another story arrives. In a hillside village where water flowed through narrow channels, there lived a caretaker named Bren who cleared leaves constantly. He feared blockage. One channel was left alone. Water found another way. The field remained green. Bren cleared less urgently. Letting go can trust movement. Water moves. Thoughts move. At night, movement does not need managing. Another story drifts in. In a coastal watch where clocks were synchronized daily, there lived a timekeeper named Kellis who feared drift. He adjusted constantly. One day, several clocks differed slightly. Life continued. Kellis adjusted less. Letting go can accept small differences. At night, time stretches and compresses. We do not need to measure it. Another story unfolds. In a forest where firewood was stacked neatly, there lived a woman named Talon who rearranged piles daily. She feared collapse. One pile leaned. It held. Talon rearranged less. Letting go can accept imbalance. At night, imbalance resolves itself. Another story comes gently. In a river crossing where ropes guided ferries, there lived a guide named Morik who tightened lines every evening. He feared drifting off course. One night, he rested. The ferry crossed true. Morik rested more often. Letting go can trust alignment. At night, Alignment happens without correction. Another story arrives. In a mountain meadow, where bells marked grazing time, there lived a herder named Ilvan, who rang often. He feared wandering. One evening, he did not ring. The animals returned. Ilvan rang less. Letting go can trust return. At night, the mind returns to rest without being called. Another story drifts in. In a stone library where scrolls were copied, there lived a scribe named Ernal who rewrote pages to improve clarity. He feared misunderstanding. One scroll remained rough. Readers understood it. Ernal rewrote less. Letting go can trust understanding without perfection. At night, understanding does not need words. Another story unfolds. In a coastal village where nets were dried in the sun, there lived a mender named Solus who fixed every fray immediately. He feared unraveling. One fray remained. The net held. Solus mended less urgently. Letting go can ease urgency. Urgency keeps the body alert. At night, alertness softens. Another story arrives. In a mountain hall where footsteps echoed, there lived a walker named Varen who matched his steps carefully. He feared uneven rhythm. One night, he walked freely. The echo settled. Varen stopped counting. Letting go can restore natural rhythm. At night, rhythm returns on its own. Another story comes softly. In a riverside town where lanterns were trimmed evenly, there lived a lighter named Pelia who feared shadows. One lantern burned low. The path was still visible. Pelia trimmed less. Letting go can accept shadow. Shadow is not danger. At night, shadow is home. Another story drifts in. In a mountain kiln where clay cooled slowly, there lived a watcher named Renek who checked constantly. He feared cracking. One batch cooled alone. It held. Renek checked less. Letting go can trust cooling. At night, the body cools into sleep. Another story unfolds. In a forest clearing where rituals were prepared, there lived a helper named Osin who arranged everything precisely. He feared disorder. One ritual was uneven. It felt sincere. Osin arranged more simply after that. Letting go can reveal sincerity. At night, sincerity is simply being present. Another story arrives. In a coastal watch where storms were predicted, there lived a watcher named Jorel who scanned the horizon constantly. He feared surprise. One night he sat down. Nothing changed. Jorel sat more often. Letting go can be sitting down inside the mind. At night, sitting is enough. Another story drifts in. In a hillside orchard where fruit was weighed carefully, there lived a grower named Callum who sorted by size. He feared uneven harvest. One basket was mixed. The fruit tasted sweet. Callum sorted less. Letting go can accept variety. At night, thoughts vary. They do not need sorting. Another story unfolds. In a river school where lessons were reviewed nightly, there lived a learner named Dira who studied before sleep. She feared forgetting. One night, she slept early. She remembered better. Dira studied less at night. Letting go can trust rest to complete learning. At night, learning settles quietly. Another story arrives. In a mountain tower where bells were rung precisely, there lived a ringer named Halen who feared being late. One bell rang late. No one noticed. Halen worried less. Letting go can soften precision. At night, precision dissolves. Another story comes softly. In a coastal shed where sails were folded tightly, there lived a folder named Eris who feared wrinkles. One sail was folded loosely. It worked well. Eris folded gently after that. Letting go can be gentle. Gentleness supports rest. Another story drifts in. In a forest watch where embers were stirred, there lived a tender named Lorek who feared extinguishing. One night, he slept. The embers glowed. Lorek slept more. Letting go can trust quiet warmth. At night, warmth remains. Another story unfolds. In a stone bridge town where arches were inspected daily, there lived an inspector named Virek who feared cracks. One day, he skipped inspection. The bridge stood. Virek inspected less. Letting go can trust endurance. At night, endurance does not need proof. Another story arrives. In a riverside field where scare lines were adjusted daily, there lived a farmer named Navel who feared birds. One line fell. The field was fine. Navel adjusted less. Letting go can release defense. At night, nothing needs guarding. Another story comes softly. In a mountain hall where voices carried, there lived a speaker named Roland who practiced volume carefully. He feared being unheard. One evening, he spoke softly. The hall listened. Roland spoke gently after that. Letting go can trust quiet strength. At night, quiet carries far. Another story drifts in. In a coastal path where stones were aligned precisely, there lived a setter named Beline who corrected constantly. One stone shifted. People stepped around it. Balin corrected less. Letting go can trust adaptation. At night, Adaptation happens without thought. Another story unfolds. In a forest edge where lanterns were spaced evenly, there lived a lighter named Oval who feared darkness between lights. One space was left dark. People slowed. Oval spaced less rigidly. Letting go can allow slowness. At night, slowness is natural. Another story arrives. In a mountain lodge where guests arrived late, there lived a host named Tyron who prepared excessively. He feared being unready. One guest arrived early. Everything was fine. Tyron prepared less. Letting go can trust readiness. At night, readiness is simply being here. As the night continues, the stories no longer form a chain. They dissolve into a single atmosphere, like mist spreading across a field. Nothing needs to be held in memory. Nothing needs to be followed. If sleep has already arrived, these words pass by unnoticed. If listening continues, it continues gently, without effort. Letting go does not announce itself. It happens in the small pauses between thoughts, in the moment when the mind forgets to hold its own weight. The night does not need our help. It knows how to carry us where we are already going. The night has carried us a long way, not by taking us somewhere new, but by allowing us to stop holding what we were carrying without noticing. Along the way, there were many lives, many small moments of release, many hands that softened their grip without needing to be told. Nothing here needed to be remembered. Nothing needed to be completed. If understanding came, it came quietly. If sleep came earlier, then these words simply followed behind, like footsteps that do not need to catch up. Now, the emphasis gently shifts from understanding to rest. The stories no longer need to arrive. They have done their work by passing through. Awareness may feel closer to the body now, closer to the simple rhythm that has been here all along. Breath moves, weight settles, the night holds what remains. It is okay if sleep is already happening. It is okay if it arrives slowly. It is okay if it comes and goes. Nothing needs to be managed. Letting go is no longer something to notice. It has become the background. The night will continue on its own, so will rest. Sleep well, and thank you for joining us here at Calm Monk.